Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. We are Views from the Dungeon, here to take on another exciting adventure of Under the Dreamer's Flame. In case you need to get reacquainted, we have some very wonderful people here. We have Riley Hulse, Suicide Shinoboy, let's go. Ryan Brown, comic art, our resident artist, great stuff all the time. Ohio Hex, a goddess, she knows what she's doing with the pen as well. We have Mowgli IQ, the recently married and recently anniversary of birthday going on. So happy birthday to this guy. And Stone behind the scenes as always. Thank you guys for coming in. Just a couple of shouts out to you guys first of all for even just coming back after us for disappearing for so long. We do apologize for that, but you know how things go. There is life, and we appreciate you for letting us be human beings. Furthermore, Mates of Fates, check them out. We've been working very hard together with them just to make sure that we're promoting each other, and we actually have our very own Stone here. He's going to be participating on their Lost Minds of Fandelver stream starting on June 25th at 8:30 p.m. PST, I believe. So exciting news for you guys to have another game to play with us. We also have Giant Dad. They do our intro, and Level 1 Geek, they're always doing cool stuff, improv, D&D, Matt Stu. And then we have the Nerd Herd, a couple of friends here that do a podcast called Beyond the Review. Be sure to check them out. And not to fill your ears with a bunch of nonsense anymore, how about we go ahead and get into the campaign? Ersid, Kane, Narissa, Urin. These four adventurers from very different pasts band together under the banner of the Broken Blades. What was supposed to be a simple escort to the mining village of Orin became the discovery of a lifetime here on Elbrin. Prophesied by the faith known as the Messengers of Tuhanul, a dragon emerged from the mine, claiming Orin as its territory, forcing the villagers of this once proud town to become refugees. After guiding the survivors back to the capital of Burnwell Kingdom, hoping to find them aid, our four adventurers learned of many dramas and all kinds of intrigue, investigation, mystery, and powers fighting to use the kingdom as center stage for their own agenda. Over time, our adventurers learned more and more about the land and about themselves, and started pushing towards their own personal virtues and quests, learning about hidden pasts and subconscious desires that brim to the top, exuding themselves in powers beyond their control. In the end, King Iltar invited our adventurers to a speech, one presented to the whole kingdom of Burnwell. During this address, one simply known as the Speaker added contest to King Iltar's words, claiming that dragons were not a threat, but a blessing from Tuhanul. In that time, our adventurers have found work. A scholar named Nanori, who has gained word of an interesting amount of phenomena magical in nature, exuding itself from the ruins of the abandoned dragonborn capital of Ilhaid. We find ourselves on the roads, back again in the Badlands, under the red light of the Dreamer's Flame. The sound of swords clash, exclaims of death rule the air as the smell of blood breaks the nose of a man and all his soldiers. Clad in armor, they stand together. Their leader stands upon a hill, sword raised high into the sky, gleaming with sunlight, telling them this may not be their final battle. If they are to win, the future is theirs. Victory is the only option. And with that, the sword comes down, and Urin closes his book as he stares off into the deep red expanse of the Badlands. Paratone's antlered winged vultures fly in the air, surrounding them, blotting out the light of the Dreamer's Flame as they pass by, as the sound of horse hooves carries steadily along the not well-trodden path of red dirt and soot. Notary looks around. So, is it usually this foreboding here?
That's what I've come to realize.
It's usually this ugly here.
Not like the lands of Molitushu, that is for sure. I come from the mountains, and these hills are not nearly as hospitable.
Oh, certainly not. Beautiful sights up there.
Yes, we have the Waylon Falls. We have the beautiful silver castles of the old moon elves. And here is just dirt and death. He says, as you can hear the crunch of forgotten bones under the horse hooves. You stare around, and every 100 feet or so, you are accosted with the soft, sweet smell of rotting flesh. You see bloaters dashing across the horizon, finding some forgotten, forlorn piece of corpse that they can only use as their only meal for the day. As you press on, the world begins to emerge. Where there once were forests full of life, you see dead, petrified trees carved into the earth with fiendish flame. And around them, you can see the remnants of villages, of towns that were once something great.
Point to the tree. That one looks like a rabbit.
Uren like tilts his head, trying to see it.
Notary as well. Where?
The ears, and then it's dead, so it's like upside down. The neck is kind of broken.
Oh my
that?
god.
Oh, I see it.
Is this what you call research?
No, just observation.
A little bit of imagination.
I work very well with pen, paper, and numbers. Imagination is sometimes lost on me. As well, when you're in a place like this.
So,
it's hard to be in a good headspace.
are you telling me that you've never actually been to the Badlands?
Who said that?
You?
You just seem a little surprised.
Would it be surprising if I said this was my first excursion outside of the Manu Academy?
No.
I suppose it wouldn't be surprising, but
So
based on our small knowing of each other. But I just assumed, if you've been studying this and you study, I don't know, I just thought you might have explored a little bit on other scientific expeditions.
I am new to the academy, and as far as my research goes, it is more in the realm of planes and how our plane, the material realm that Elbrin exists on, has been interacting and been influenced since the age of nightmares and the Sundering itself. This is one of the most influential happenings since I have joined the academy, and so I set it upon myself to hire my own crew and go on this adventure.
And how are you liking things outside of the academy?
I am not.
Not even a little, just a little. And he kind of leans back on his horse and just the wide open skies, the not so fresh air.
I do appreciate the light of the flame on my skin. However,
Yes, you do look a little pale.
that is my preferred mode. I prefer to be under the safe ceilings of an academy surrounded by books and magics and other scholars of mine, but that is not a place to grow or learn forever.
Certainly.
So, now we are here.
Well, I appreciate the open mind you have, and you seem to have a good head on your shoulders. Are you close to graduation?
No, I am a new student. This is my second year.
How old
I
are
see.
you?
I started a little bit late. For all intents and purposes, I am roughly 30.
Okay. I guess I don't know anything about elves or how they
In
look, so.
human years, you're 30.
Yes, which is essentially the same as human years. Elf years are not exactly different.
Sure, I suppose.
However, our schooling ends early and we take our time to live life, and I did not exactly live much life until I decided to enroll.
What is all this talk about planes? What do you mean by that?
And he whips out a very large book and sort of dusts it off and turns around to you and opens it up to just kind of like a random page, flips through a little bit, and you find this conjunction of what you would see are like different circles. Each circle is drawn in a different color, and inside each circle are different motifs such as fire, raising across the wasteland, or a plain full of water and bubbles with a motif of a castle sitting in the middle, or others that resemble structures and things you've seen since you've been to Norfain, but corrupted or even more beautiful than you would naturally see. These different planes, they're different states of living, of existence. They're almost like, imagine you're walking next to a lake. Well, under that lake is the same land you are walking on, and there's another you walking on that same land.
There's another me?
There's
How many
royal you.
me's are there?
Well, if Master Bai Fong's theories can ever be trusted, there's one for each realm.
That's a lot.
We don't even know how many realms there might be. So yes, a lot is a very reasonable term to explain that.
How many are we certain exist?
As far as my studies go, we have seen effects of elemental planes on this planet. We have termed these creatures, I'm not sure if you have met any, we have known them as Ganassi. They used to be human, elf, orc, but something happened during the birthing process that added an affinity to them. Some can control the rocks and earth beneath them. Others happen to emit flame, whether it be from their hands, their hair, their skin changes colors. And we believe this to be an effect of these elemental planes reaching out. As
And
far
so that's what you're going to do here, or when we get there. You're studying these different planes. Is that it?
I am studying, we've had word come in that there's some sort of field or film, you could say, surrounding Ilhaid. Something that bends and twists magic from its original purpose. I'm seeing if I can find any source to that. Some sort of foundation to base these random happenings upon.
What happens if you figure it out?
All right. That doesn't sound too dangerous.
To answer your question, Narissa, I may be pushed along in my schooling. I may be able to help teach or join some of the higher professors in my efforts to learn more about the realms. Maybe even publish a book to be studied throughout the academy, depending on the effects of what we find there. The best that comes out of it is we have learned something, and the next time that this happens, we may be able to harness or abuse said power rather than let it abuse us.
Fascinating.
Of course, yes, for
Could
sure.
would you mind if I leafed through your notes a bit? That sounds very interesting.
Absolutely. Any friend of the scholarly kind is a friend of mine. Then he
course.
passes you his book.
Thank you. And just like as we're just writing, Uren's going to be reading through that.
Are you looking for anything specific?
Well, okay, so he heard in his mind a prompting to go to Ilhayed. So he's just kind of reviewing things like seeing like what he should look out for and seeing if anything strikes him as, oh, that's what she was talking about. Or
Okay, go ahead and roll investigation.
investigation.
Don't read and gallop, Uren, you'll crash.
Remind me, are you guys all just riding horses?
I think there's
Or is there like a
4
wagon?
horses.
I think there was a wagon.
There
and
is a wagon.
There's 4 horses and a wagon, isn't there?
Yeah, that sounds right.
That is a solid 6.
A solid 6. A lot of Nanari's writings are in the effect of simple, like, planar theory and trying to figure out, like, oh, well, if there is a fire plane, would that come from a volcano or could it be birthed from a simple bonfire? What kind of effects would elicit the magic to allow something to escape and affect our world? And you see all those different things going over the different planes. You do realize that he has 7 planes figured out. The material realm, the plane of fire, the plane of water, the plane of earth and air, a plane he has simply named the Umbral Mirror, and another plane that he has deemed to be naturally blessed, in simply to describe it. It doesn't have a name. And then, of course, the material plane.
Excellent. When I see that, I ask him, You haven't named this realm. What do you mean when you call it naturally blessed?
In many of the writings that I have come across, there are, as I was explaining to Narissa, mirrors in this world, it seems. This mirror is the more rare I've seen. And when it shows itself, it's almost as if this world, but maybe perfect.
Interesting.
As if you see these ruins, and he points out just the remnants of stone and wood that you will pass by as you go through the Badlands. In this realm, it's never happened. There may not even be what we would call people here. That being said, think of every angle being as straight as possible. Think of every orb without dent, without any sort of fracture.
A quintessence, the perfect forms, ideas of these things.
Exactly.
Fascinating.
And this is less studied, and so we don't have a name for it.
Interesting.
Well, maybe it can be you that gives the name. Maybe we can call it the nunnery realm.
And he kind of gets like a little smile and blushes. Well, that would be a little vain if I'm being honest, but I can't say I'm against the idea.
Name the perfect realm after yourself.
I am very far away from perfect. Growth is something I appreciate. If I consider myself perfect, I think something has gone wrong.
As an academic, I can only imagine that you subscribe to the ideology that there is no such thing as absolute perfection, and we're only, academics are only fiddling around in the dirt with some sticks trying to get answers. The wise man once said that a wise man knows that he knows nothing.
I'm gonna need you to roll like general charisma.
Just saying things.
Just to see how he's taking this.
How do you
Roll to see if
what's
this
it-
is something that he pulled out of his ass or if it's like actually said.
Yeah, you know what? Here, go ahead and roll for that. Roll me a d20 and tell
Just
me what
flat?
it is. Yeah, just a flat d20.
18.
18. Yes, that is a saying that is common in this world. A wise man knows that he knows nothing. But now roll me just a flat d20 and add your charisma to it, please.
Okay. 11.
11. And he's like looking at you and nodding and raising his eyebrows, and you notice like a slight grimace when you say like poking around in the sticks in the dirt looking for nothing. And Nana,
I didn't say nothing.
oh, fair
But
enough.
anyway,
Looking for answers.
Looking for answers, correct.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
Nana,
yeah.
he's just, well, that is considered research, I am sure. However, because we know nothing, we aspire to learn everything, and I think that is the true effect of a scholar. But one who thinks they know everything is no longer a scholar.
exactly. I couldn't have said it better.
When you say mirrors, are they called mirrors because people see themselves?
I've seen only in one study that one has seen something that they would call themselves. There is a lot of speculation behind this, that whoever wrote this paper, well, they went mad. They said they kept seeing themselves everywhere
Yeah.
around them. And, well, simple to say enough, the scholar's findings have never been, how do I say, affirmed, because he is no longer with us.
In this scholar's writings, is his mirrored self a perfect version of him?
No. It's something that I feel comes from, and he whips out his book and he points at the Umbral Mirror. I think it was something worse than him. A very dark version of themselves. So that's how they say the story goes.
It is bad luck to see yourself. Isn't it like you die in 7 days or something?
What?
Go ahead and roll a d20.
Me?
Yeah.
What stage production did you watch that from?
That is very specific. That was kind of like a joke that Yasu had, and that really stuck with you. But no one else has ever talked about that.
Okay.
How many days has it been? Kane is thinking in his head like, fuck.
Oh no.
What did you say, Ersid?
Nothing.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to confirm his writings, but recently I have seen myself but it was ominous feeling. Maybe he seemed to be a perfect version of me, so he said. No tattoos. He had his eye. But it seemed dark.
But can he really be a perfect version of you if he has no tattoos and the eye? Because, you know, you're the perfect version of you.
You're perfect the way you are.
You decided to get those tattoos because that's who you are. You're perfect inside, you know?
Be still, my beating heart.
Nari also laughs. You certainly have a way with words, Acid.
Very charming.
Yeah, really. Really, you are quite something.
Have you noticed I've been working on it?
Yeah, I can tell.
I just met you.
Really, really well done.
And time passes on. Sifting through the Badlands, you can see that you've passed your natural, or it's been about, I say at this time, you started your travel on the 4th day is where we are. The sun is starting to set, and you can see behind you in the distance the cresting of the skull where you met the messengers of Tuhanul for the first time as like a collective. You know, you are roughly 80-ish miles away from Burnwell, and it's getting late. Time for you guys to find a housing wherever you guys are gonna, find like a forest or anything. So how are you guys going about your survival for the night?
Could
I'll
sleep in the
look.
skull.
Yeah.
I'll look for, if the natural environment offers some kind of shelter, like a big boulder or a cave or something, to that effect.
You can roll survival or investigation.
I will roll survival. 19.
19. Awesome. So you are looking around, and you actually notice off in the distance, sort of northwest, what looks to be a almost well-kept structure of some sort. You decide to kind of maneuver yourself away from the party and investigate a little bit, and you find a seemingly large church. It almost looks like there are pillars raising a good 10, 15, 20 feet into the sky, and a solid foundation. And then as you search around, you find in the middle of the church a very, very large statue of what looks to be sort of like a round, like obese woman with a very large smile on her face, and half of the statue's head is fallen off. And in her arms is a cornucopia of sorts, empty. But as you peruse the church, you also find it to be just like the cornucopia, empty. And you think this might be a good place to rest for the night.
I go back to them.
On your way back,
Okay.
you also happen to notice a couple of the bodies. You see like bloaters and zombies and things like that. Their corpse just sifting over the ground here and there. There are needles in some of them, kind of like a large porcupine.
Like, obviously, I don't know, when you say needles, I think of the real world, and I'm thinking of like syringes, but it's not that, right? It's
No, like the spines
needles
of
on
like a porcupine.
Of a porcupine. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Interesting. Okay. And so some of these bodies are like covered, like peppered in them?
Yeah, you see, like in very vital spots, a collection of these needles sticking through them and into the ground. You find a couple in there, roughly. The longest one you find is about 5 inches long.
Okay. All right. So I go back to the party. All right. Good news. Well, good news or bad news?
Good first, please.
I just look around. Do you want to hear the good news or the bad news?
Bloody
The
fucking hell.
the good news.
Good news first, always.
You said good news?
Yes.
Can we please hear the? I'd like to hear the bad news.
You want to hear the
Just
bad
tell
news?
us the news.
The good news. The good news is that I found something that is, it's a shelter, and I mean it's ideal. As ideal as you can get. Huffing it through the Badlands, I mean, it's really nice, top of the line. Like you don't find
Right,
this kind
yes.
of thing very often.
Precisely. What's the bad news?
So the bad news is that it's really fucking creepy. I mean, it's haunted for sure. I mean, that's just the vibe that I got.
Like more so than the Badlands in general?
I think everything is haunted.
Yeah, like when we're walking through the Badlands, like I know what to expect, I mean? Like there's bloaters, there's zombies, like like you get what you get with the Badlands, But this place offers a different vibe, if you will.
Are you
it's
okay?
a different aura. It's a mysterious aura of the unknown and a little bit, unsettling. So why don't we all go check it out?
I
and
just
we can come
start
to a
walking
decision.
past him. I'll go into it.
And Nonary, without skipping a beat, follows you. And you can kind of see that there's like a little smile on his face, and he's getting out like his inks and his scrolls, and he's very interested in what Ersid has to say.
Do you like ghosts?
So, I think my personal theory is that they are attached to another realm itself. And so if they are, this will get me further ahead than most scholars have been.
Well, you're in luck because Ersid is very good at talking to ghosts.
Are you claiming that he is... Ersid, have you spoke to a ghost before?
Well, as a matter of fact, I have.
Roll persuasion. With advantage.
Dirty 20.
So, I take it then you would be happy to be my research partner if there is a ghost involved.
Oh, well, I'm honored, but, I just don't know if I'm qualified. I don't have, like, the necessary experience, Typically, I would assume that somebody would need, 1 to 2 years of ghost interpreting experience, but I only have, it was just a really short stint that I did, so,
So you would not
maybe,
be able...
I think that Kane said that he's been wanting to talk to a ghost.
Are you all afraid of ghosts?
No.
Well, then maybe we can all, if there is one, we can speak to it together.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm glad you are being amicable to this idea here, unlike your friend. Anyway, let's Ersid show us this domicile.
Yes, follow me.
And you guys follow him, and you guys see this really strange church, and you can see that in like all of its details, it's very simple. A lot of the pillars, if they're not made out of like stone and brick, they've formatted things out of clay and just the soil and earth surrounding it. It's sort of like a circular shape on the inside, and it's not like there are many rooms. You can see that places have been like sectioned off by a few like barriers here and there, but nothing is a full wall. There are no doors or anything. And you see in the middle of this church itself is that very large statue.
Is that anything that Uren recognizes?
I would like you to roll religion, please.
I'm just in there going, oh, ghost.
That was
Where are you
a
at?
10.
That is a 10. You would know that this is one of the Othian Church's deities. You would know that it is Rook. You don't know exactly like what they are the goddess of or what they represent, but you do know their name and that they are attached to the Othian Church.
Okay.
And there's still bodies in here?
No, there's no bodies.
The bodies
in
are
here.
outside.
Yes. You saw them along the way. There's not a lot of bodies near.
Okay, I would have plucked one of the like spines out to look at it.
What are you trying to find out?
Just to see if I recognize it as like, does this spine look just like a normal animal or like a demon, I guess?
Go ahead and roll nature or arcana.
Absolutely. Yeah, no. That's a 1.
That's a 1.
It's 2 minus 1, so it's a 1.
Yeah, it looks like something.
I just like clean it off and stick it in my hair.
And it fits pretty well. It's definitely something that you guys can use. Anything else while you guys are getting situated?
I'm going to do like just kind of a perimeter check, just kind of walk around the church, make sure there's nothing like hidden, just like behind a fallen pillar. Or
I hide to try and scare Uren.
Can I try and climb the top of the church?
Okay, one thing at a time. I think we're gonna start with the hiding because that'll help. So roll stealth, Narissa.
Yes, I've been rolling very good, so. 13.
13. Where are you trying to hide? Any of these barriers are extremely low. So what are you trying to use to your advantage?
I'm just trying to like walk behind him quietly so that I can put my hands like on his shoulders and just go, boom.
Okay. What your passive is like?
My passive perception
Yes, sir.
is 11.
It's 11. Okay, awesome. And then Uren, I want you to roll investigation.
Investigation.
Or you can give me your passive if you'd like.
That's a 12.
It's a 12. Okay, awesome. As you're looking around, you're very focused and you're doing your best to find like if there's anything hiding, any nooks, any crannies, and you end up finding that there are a lot of like murals and things around depicting visions of like giants, very large, portly giants running around in fields and communing with the people. But you start to notice that there are a lot of like pieces that look to have been carved out of these murals. Outside of that, you might find like pieces of fabric and things here and there, but there is nothing that presents any danger in the immediate area besides the sound of very soft footsteps
Drag
making
my
their
nails along the side of the church.
way, and you hear them scratch and screech.
Yeah. He just kind of stops walking and just kind of stiffens up a little bit. So Uren's going. I suppose I'll let Narissa do it, whatever she's gonna do.
Yeah, I just walk up. I see that you tense up. I'm like, perfect. I just walk a little faster, put both of my hands like on your shoulders, and just go, shh.
And Uren flips around and like tries to like hit whatever just snuck up on him with his tail. That's going to be an unarmed strike.
Yes.
And he does 0 damage. It doesn't matter if I hit or not.
Wow.
So he just
And his tail swipes, and you can feel the wind like around you, and you see his body's all stiff. And Ersid, go ahead and roll athletics.
No acrobatics.
I don't think there's any way for you to like Mario jump your way to the top of these pillars. I think you're gonna have to like climb.
15.
Okay, you're feeling pretty good. You make it to the top of the pillar, and as you're up there, you have a pretty solid like grasp of the whole like situation around, and you can kind of hear inside of this church, and you hear Uin scream, and you hear a small laugh. Is there anything else you're looking for while you're up here?
I hear a small laugh. Do I recognize the laugh? Does it sound like it came from where I heard Urin scream?
No.
Okay. All right. I'll think about that. Well, I came up here to like get a really a better view. Can I see if there's, I guess I'm looking for bloaters or zombies, like how far away they are, how many there are, if any, stuff like that. Anything unusual, anything more that tells me about the church. I know that's a lot of things, but.
That is a lot of things. So you're getting up there to basically survey the area and see how safe it is. If you're going to look up more stuff about the church, I might need you to make another check.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm really just like surveying the area, getting a good vantage point, scouting.
Okay, understood. Go ahead and roll perception. Perceive.
23.
23. There's, of course, bloaters and things around. You notice like small like collections of zombies just sort of sashaying and shambling away throughout the Badlands. You can see that a lot of like flying creatures are making their way to nearby nests in a lot of the dead and petrified and burned trees. You do see what looks to be a larger creature, a mile or so out in the distance, kind of every once in a while bracing itself against the trees, and you see its silhouette just stalking throughout the nearby forest.
Larger creature. Can I, with my hunter's eyes, do you think I can ascertain about how big it is?
I don't think that'd be too hard. You would surmise that this creature is roughly 8 to 13 feet from end to end, including, you can't tell, like, you can't make out any specific features of it, so that's about the size you get.
Okay. Would I know of creatures that are that big?
I want you to roll nature. I won't make you roll Arcana because this is still the natural world as far as this world is concerned.
14.
14. No, you're not getting enough from how far away it is to really discern like what kind of creature it might be. You do know that it's large, it's quadrupedal. You've heard of things like bears or giant felines in the area, and of course quadrupedal otherworldly beasts that stalk the area that don't really subscribe to the standard nomenclature of the animals that we know about.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna report back.
Okay. Awesome.
So I dive off of the building into a stack of hay.
You land softer than none other. The hay billows out.
Wow, very cool. Where did you learn to do that?
Are you standing right there?
Yeah, and I totally have lost you. I don't know where you went.
Okay. I saw someone else do it. I thought it was pretty cool. So, but hey,
Yeah.
were you guys making jokes and such and like laughing and something?
Well, Narissa scared Urin, and
He was laughing?
Well, no, he didn't laugh. He screamed.
No, I heard that.
Yeah.
But
Well, I think we all heard it.
It was pretty funny, so if somebody laughed, it would make sense.
I myself did not laugh. If that's what you're asking.
It's because you're scared.
No, I'm not scared.
No, not of the ghosts.
No, I'm not scared of ghosts.
it must have been the wind.
You know, I could talk to ghosts.
Then talk to them.
Well, hey there, guys. While you guys are goofing off, I was up top checking out the area, and there's a really big creature, maybe about 10 feet tall. He's about a mile out, and it didn't appear as though he was coming towards us. I myself don't know of a creature that walks on all fours that's that big. Urin, you're a smart fellow. Also, Nanary, do you know of any creature like that?
My specialty is not in the realm of fauna. I am very sorry.
Is there... Oh, okay, I'll ask you a question. I have a question for Airset. Is there anything from his description? You said that he wasn't able to make out much, but is there... Like, can I roll to see if there's anything else I glean?
You can roll history.
History.
Yeah, history to see if you know anything about this area specifically.
I actually have a bonus on that. It's going to be a 16.
16. So you do know that a non-script is notorious for all kinds of different creatures. The ones more dangerous that come to mind are what seems to be a desecrated form of owlbear that tends to power the land. You've heard of creatures that sift in muck and garbage. They have many names. The name you subscribe to is an Oltug. And also there are plenty of just like sightings of like other chimera, manticores, things like that.
Okay. I relay that to the group. And then I comment, and if it's a whole mile off, I don't think we have anything to worry about immediately, though we do well to keep a weather eye out.
Perhaps no fire.
Exactly.
Right, it's not that cold anyway.
It's
Right.
probably prudent.
I guess just, keep the standard wits about you while we're camping out here in the Badlands, so...
Yeah.
Just keep an eye on the horses more so than us.
Right.
Oh, that's right. We don't want our horses to turn into dinner.
Yeah, dead horses.
The whole time Lonary's really like focused on like these murals and this statue of Rook that sits in the middle taking notes, and he kind of looks back and he says, just bring them inside. We can leave the empty wagon out unless you're worried about your rations.
Are they going to fit through the door?
This place is messed up. You could fit anything
like-
in here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, why don't... We should just bring everything in, to be honest, I think.
We
Like the
can
wagon as well.
we can park the wagon like right outside of the door or opening. So it kind of like makes a little bit of a barrier.
I think that's smart.
Because
Okay.
we could jump over it, but if there's like a zombie or something, it's gonna have a lot harder time like crawling.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Okay, and as you guys set up everything in the night, get the horses situated, and there's definitely enough room to get them kind of like their own little spot and be comfy. You bring over the hay from the pile that Harrison
Harrison
jumped
jumped
into, just to give them something comfortable to like hang in. And you guys get set up for the night. How are we doing watches?
I wanted to do one with Nonary whenever he is, but
Okay.
and then whoever else in the party is on that watch. So
I'll do one like in the middle of the night because I feel like that's when the scary stuff comes, and I want my eyes to be peeled.
Okay. If you feel that way, then you, Nanari, and Uren are going to be second watch.
okay.
And we'll start with Narissa and Kane.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay, awesome. Feel free. The night descends, you see that same eerie green glow, and you hear all kinds of sounds emanating through the night. The chirps and songs of crickets, the flapping of wings, be it feathered or not, and strange, almost laugh-like sounds screeching from the forests nearby. It's disturbing, but it's not close.
It's
Disturbing. No.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely keeping an eye on that.
Yeah. I'll just keep my eye peeled.
Right. I'll look. I'll hear more than I'll look. I'll just be like listening, I guess.
Then I'll have you two roll perception checks, please.
Disadvantage, right?
Yes. Are you using your ears more so than your eyes?
I suppose. I mean, he's not using his eye anymore.
Well, I'm just saying, like, are you trying to keep an eye out for sounds, or are you like actually like observing the perimeter and checking on things?
No, he definitely wants to look.
Okay, then it will be a disadvantage.
8.
Nice.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Still really good.
Good.
18.
Nice.
Okay, I'll remember that.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, for real.
I have post-traumatic stress disorder from not taking watches.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what we were thinking.
Anyway, you two are on watch. Kane, you don't find anything in particular at the moment, but you'll have that check for the whole night.
Okay. Good. I haven't done this yet. I'm going to pull out the glass eyes that I have, and I'll put in. I think there was a black one, right? There's a black one, and then like a bluish, spacey looking one. I think.
Yeah, I believe the black one was black and blue, and that's the one that had Welf's talon shaving in it.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put that one in, and then I'll turn to Narissa. How's it look?
And you see this very, like, as the light shines down from the greenish moon bouncing off of that blue, it looks almost like there's an ocean swimming in darkness, and it's very stark. It's almost if his dragon scales are starting to climb over his eyes and surround his iris.
It's very striking.
Cool. Great. Good. I miss my eye.
I'm absolutely sure.
Well, what's new with you?
Oh, traveling through this ugly place. But you said earlier something about seeing yourself. That's news to me.
Yeah, I hadn't told you guys about it yet. When we very first got into Burnwell, we moved as we were walking through the gates. I had a vision of this dark place. There was nothing but water and the moon. And then me and another me. And he was talking to me.
You were talking to yourself.
I was talking to myself, but another version of myself. Like I was saying, he didn't have any tattoos. He told me that maybe I could be him. I was unsure if I wanted to be him. I've seen him twice now.
And both times, he told you that you should be him?
Yeah. The second time was when Mother Ganaya took us into our subconscious, or wherever she took us, I don't know. But I saw a lot of things in that vision. The first time I only saw him.
It does sound different from what I experienced. I didn't talk to myself, so...
After the first time, when we walked into Burnwell, that's when this skull appeared on my chest as well.
So, your other self gave you a new tattoo and it's a skull?
I don't know if it was him. I suppose it was.
I don't think you want to be like them then, right?
I don't know.
Have they given you any reason to think that you should be?
Well, he has given me... Well, I suppose it wasn't him who gave me that direction. I don't know who it was who gave me direction in the vision with Mother Ganaya. I don't know. Maybe I want to be like him, maybe I don't. I'm feeling a lot of different things at the moment.
I think we all are.
What did you see?
Where I live, back in Chult, and my partner. I told you about them, the Ahas.
Right, the ones that you have to kill.
Yes. My partner is Sahu.
Sahu?
Isahu.
Isahu.
Mm-hmm. It was him. I spoke with him. And he told me to come here, or to Ilhaid. And he also said a bunch of other stuff that I don't know if I care about.
Do you still want to kill him?
And as you say that, you hear just the most guttural and bestial roar, followed by screams and the breaking of wood and crashing of branches, the flap of wings emitting from the east as you look out through one of the windows in this church, and you see what looks to be like a piece of that forest a few miles away that Ersud was talking about sort of collapse upon itself.
Fucking hell.
This place is so strange.
Yeah. How close is the falling trees?
You can surmise they're about between a mile and 3 miles away.
Okay.
Well, as long as it stays out there,
Right.
we should be fine.
Whatever it is, it just fucked something up.
Yes, it must be huge.
I do not want to tussle with that.
I would rather not as well.
Do you guys go to look to check it out at all?
Fuck no.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I don't.
No, I mean, like, well, as you're looking out that window, you specifically see it's a little too dark for you, Narissa. You're just kind of like, well, what the fuck's going on? This place is weird. You kind of like focus in on this, and you see what seems to be a person rushing out of this forest fast, quickly. You keep your eye on them for a while, and you see what looks to be like a group of bloaters following after them just as quickly. And out in the distance, you see a lot of like small reservations, smaller walls than Orin, but enough to try and protect them. And it seems like they're running off to one of these local like farms or setups, essentially.
Fuck.
What is it?
I think there's a person running from the monsters out here.
Do we do something about it?
I mean, I don't know.
I can hop on a horse, go grab them.
How close are they?
They're coming from that forest, and they're running away from you guys.
They're running away.
Yeah. As you keep your eyes on this situation, you don't see anything from the forest follow, or at least you don't see anything.
Maybe they're...
Couple of bloaters following them, though.
A whole group, you would guess like 7 or 8 of shapes that you can only assume to be bloaters.
What the fuck? If we ride a horse out there and save them, and we get caught between the bloaters, I am surely confident that we will die. That I would die.
I think the bloaters are like, aren't they nothing? They look like skin sacks. I mean, it's up to you. I'm not going to...
You know, you're right. I think they are not the most dangerous, but with a name like Bloater, I feel like something bad happens when they die. But that's just me. Does it look like a man or a woman running?
Too far away to
Too
tell.
far to tell.
Why does that affect?
Yeah,
if
does
you
that
would go
affect-
out?
Absolutely it does.
It's like, oh, that's a pretty girly run. I better
Damsel in distress? Kane is more likely to help.
Kane is on the job.
go. Okay, fair, same.
Are they a child? Made the only difference to me, I guess. What do you say? Yes or no? I'll go if you go.
I'm not gonna go save them.
Will you regret that? Let's go. And I grab him.
The choice has been made,
Great, we get on the horse.
and you gallop off into the distance. How long would you say, if you can travel 24 miles in an 8-hour period, it's like
Oh
a
my
third at a
God.
30-minute trek to get that far?
3 miles? On a horse? Going full speed?
Here, I'm gonna look up how fast horses move.
Okay. Well, we gotta. I'm just using D&D travel.
Oh.
Yeah. Because I don't.
I just think, like, that's not that far. On a horse that's going fast. Slow, yeah.
A human can, run a mile pretty quick.
Yeah.
So I think a horse.
Yeah, a horse
Okay.
can go 30 miles per hour.
Okay.
That's 2 minutes.
So it would take you like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Where are you guys like trying to get up on this like group? Or are you guys gonna go investigate the forest?
No, fuck that.
No, we're getting the person.
Okay. So you jump on the horse, yeah, and you crack the whips and you get off and you're running. The dirt is kicking up. The smoke is billowing out behind you, sort of obscuring the area because of how dusty it is. So it's a little hard to see. But Kane, you're pushing towards this group of bloaters and this person. You see them going, and there's like, it looks to be like a homestead or a farm a few more miles out, and they're still running, but they're running at at this point they're not sprinting. They're kind of going at kind of a leisurely pace.
They're leading the fucking bloaters.
And they seem to be keeping up. They don't seem to be trying to overtake them or anything.
Can I just say, do I wake up from the horses leaving?
Because of your passive perception and because you are, do half elves get trance?
No,
Yes. No.
no, they don't. They
Fortunately
sleep.
not. I wish they did. That'd be
Roll
so sick.
perception at disadvantage, please.
All right.
Actually, no. What your passive is 17?
Yeah.
Okay, we're just gonna take your passive, and I'm gonna say I don't think that's enough to wake you up.
Okay.
Because it's -10 if you're asleep.
Yeah, it's a pretty nasty
Yeah, you get a
debilitation
pretty.
if you're
Yeah,
asleep.
you get a pretty gross like negative to it.
Damn.
Yeah.
Negative 10. That's nuts.
Yeah.
Even we'll talk about that after.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I
I don't think you wake up, Ersid.
As we like
All right.
get closer to him, I'll be like, "Hey, do you need help?"
Are you like yelling this to them?
Once we get closer, that I don't have to like scream it, because I don't want everything to like hear.
So you're running past the bloaters to this person.
Yeah.
So you rush out and you run past them. You can see these like bloaters looking at you, and as this person, you see them and they're kind of in like, you see like chaps and like boots rushing. You can hear sign of like the clatter of a little bit of armor. They're cowled profusely as they rush by, and they hear this horse and they look back, and you can't necessarily see under their hood, and they start to sprint. And you hear them like click, and the bloaters, and amongst the bloaters you see some other strange shapes. They're kind of taller and less bloated. It's like everything that was bloat kind of filled out into muscle and covered with fur, with these mangled, almost like melting faces and bat ears, and their ears perk up and they all look at you, and they start to growl and jitter and make all kinds of strange noises. And you say you need help.
Yeah.
And
Does this person look like Wizard of Thay-ish or Arid-ish?
no.
Okay.
And they don't respond. They just keep running faster. After a while, you hear, "You better leave, or else you're gonna end up like those in the forest.
Oh, fuck.
Leave me be." And you can hear the growls and just like jittering and claw gnashing teeth of these creatures start to get louder, and they start to get closer to you and fan out. I'm gonna need you guys to roll initiative.
God.
What? I was just gonna
Damn it.
leave him.
You're just leaving? That's it?
Yeah, I was just gonna go. He said to go. Why would I stick around?
I'm doing the same.
You guys are
I
just
didn't
leaving?
want to fucking fight these guys in the first place.
Yeah, I'm not trying to fight. I was just trying to find out what was going on.
If you guys are leaving, that's fine.
Yeah, I just.
I'm not gonna fight this motherfucker and 8 goddamn zombies.
Then you guys can leave comfortably.
Yeah, I
Okay,
just
fucking
raised
thank God.
hands. Be on your way, strange person.
And they dash off deeper into the Badlands.
What the fuck?
Someone is controlling these things.
Yeah, him.
Yeah, but he can't be alone, right? There has to be more people like that.
I mean, maybe. He fucking clicked at them like they were animals that he has trained.
We sort of do the same thing where I'm from, in a way.
You train zombies?
No, nothing like that. But strange snake creatures with arms. And I don't know. It reminds me a little bit of home.
What the fuck? You know, I would like to visit your home. And then probably promptly leave.
Well, he saw who asked me to come back. And to answer your question earlier, yes, I do still want to kill him.
Well, I suppose that's on our agenda then.
chuck it somewhere in there.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Maybe once we're comfortable enough to fight these weird bat creatures.
Weird bat creatures, melted faces.
And as you guys rush back, Ersid, you're sleeping in whatever area you've made yourself in the church, and you feel a nudge on your shoulder. And after a while, another one. And you wake up a little bit, and there's no one there. You hear the sound of horse hooves off in the distance. You can smell dust and blood kicking up in the air.
I just put my head up. I look around, like crusty eyes. And then I hear the horses and kind of wipe the crust from my eyes and get up. And I look around and I notice that Kane and Narissa are not there. So I guess it'd be reasonable for me to assume that that's them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with your perception, you're looking around, you can probably see that the horses are gone.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll wait for them to. Well, I also want to. I'm still very confused about who nudged me. So can I look around a little more intensely?
Roll investigation.
Dude, I have -1. So annoying. 16.
You look around, just kind of examining the perimeter inside the church, and there's all kinds of like dust and things on the floor, and the only thing you find are a set of what looks like barefoot footprints leading themselves to your cot, but you can't find their origin.
Unsettling?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. I'm gonna wait for them to get back.
After a couple of moments, they arrive and they start bringing in the horses, and you two see that Ersid is awake and kind of like looking around.
Sorry to wake you.
Hey. First of all, what the fuck are you guys doing out there? And second of all, how long were you gone?
Well, there was a person running from, what we thought was running from bloaters and melted faces bat zombies. But
Melted face bat zombie.
turns out he was
Pulls out the
leading
tongue.
them somewhere.
Yes, he was commanding them.
He had a whole squad just fucking following him, not trying to eat him. And then he
What?
Yep. Mm-hmm. And then he told us to go away, or we would end up like whatever happened in the forest.
Which was quite
That's
a
very
thing.
odd.
Because the forest collapsed,
Yeah.
or at least part of it did.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the whole forest.
The whole forest.
So
Alright, well, that's strange, but more importantly, how long were you gone?
that's a great question. I don't know. 5 minutes, 10,
Yeah, not
Tops.
very long.
you know.
Okay. Because I woke up because someone nudged my shoulder. They shook me awake. Urin is asleep, Nanari is asleep, and you two lot were galloping around trying to wrangle a pack of bloaters.
Well, we were trying to save someone at first.
So, my concern is there's something here, and there's these footprints. They look like, you said, Aaron, you said bear-shaped, like bear?
No, bare feet.
Bare
Yes.
feet.
Like no shoes and socks.
How big?
Oh,
Like
Oh.
if she puts her foot kind of next to it.
I feel like Narissa has reasonably sized feet.
She's like 5'8", so yeah, probably like a 9 or a 10 in women's.
Okay, then we'll say, yeah, I think that sounds about right. They're about the same.
So a
so
small man or a decently sized woman.
something is about, and I was shook awake.
And
So I'm gonna take a closer look.
And at this point, you kind of hear a voice. I'm not as asleep as you think I would be. What seems to be going on? And like Nanari's just kind of like there, jumping into your huddle. And Urin, you can kind of hear like throughout your like sleep, it's almost as like voices are talking in your dreams.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're
reaching the
having one
edge
of those
like,
dreams where it's
of wakefulness. So if you want to wake up,
Yeah. Uren wakes up. He'd been using his tail as a body pillow. Just wakes up in a daze. And what are you all doing?
you should probably wake up for this. We have a lot of things going on.
And yeah, he comes over.
Alright. So, I think we need to check the premises. Because I think there's something or someone here that shook me awake. Here's some footprints that I found.
The footprints.
I don't know why they shook me awake. So I mean we don't know if they're friend or foe. I don't feel comfortable just going back to sleep knowing that something just walked in here, you know.
Sure.
well, I'm not sure. I would feel comfortable if you all went back to sleep. And in the corner of one of like these cutout pieces of stone, this sort of like water closet almost sized area, you see a blue light and a silhouette, unnervingly tall and skinny, sort of leaning its hands over its shoulders pushed forward and hunched, facing towards you all.
And I like kind of whisper.
Yes.
I kind of. Do they look otherworldly?
They don't look corporeal in the slightest.
This is you, Ersid.
Where's this blue light coming from?
So if you guys are all facing north towards the forest and where Narissa and Kane had just come from, it's sitting itself in the southwest corner in a very secluded sort of area. Behind the statue of Rook, definitely.
What do you want with Ersid?
I would like to know why you are all here.
We're just passing through, truth be told.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
And
I whisper out of the side of my mouth and I say, Nanari, you got your book out?
and you can see like he's focused. He's already like writing, and he looks at you and just kind of like taps on his scroll. Why don't you speak a little more in my place?
And I like sigh, like kind of disappointed with like this is his job. Okay.
And this creature raises its gaunt, ghastly hand, and as it raises it, pulls it through one of the walls that are in front of it and points at the cornucopia that sits on Rook's stomach. To be polite.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
Oh,
I'll take a ration and a piece of gold and I'll put it in the cornucopia.
Yeah, I'll do the same thing.
I mean, if
I'll do this.
everyone's doing it, yeah.
Yeah.
And Nonary slowly walks up and he puts a little pouch in there. It lays its hand back down. You can see just on its head is this knotted mesh of black hair that seeps down, covering most of its face. You can see poking out in between the strands of these black webs what looks to be a small smile, and you can see one of their eyes, or the shape of one. There's no pupil or anything to be discerned. Thank you. Oh. And they sort of sit down. Are you
So
friend?
we're good. Do you need anything else from us?
I think I do.
Yeah, we're friends.
Then I do need something.
That being?
And it raises another hand and it points at one of the murals and it shows three large giants looking at these smaller depictions of them, what look to be humans. Some of them are playing, some of them are like really like affixed to these giants, and in their hands they hold something, but that something has been cut out of the stone.
Blood.
Like the actual physical stone where the mural is?
Yes.
Yeah, like a blood ritual, right?
What the fuck?
They put their hand down. Something's missing.
Yeah, I've never seen this before, so I couldn't tell you what's missing.
Is there any way to, like, is there any indication based on what is still part of the mural as to what it might have been previously? Like, is it like the handle of something? Is it...
It looks like all of their hands are collectively carrying something, and the humans that are observing it are looking very closely, like it may be some sort of... You assume it's something like a visual aid of some sort.
The giants are holding it, or the people?
The giants are holding it, and the people are looking at these giants.
A flame?
I don't know. Nonary, scholarly friend. Any thoughts as to what the giants might be carrying?
I have only one idea, but you see this stone. It's been cut.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not crumbling like the rest of this church.
Right.
I think something is literally missing from this mural.
Why would someone take it?
Is this ghost or creepy person is it a girl? Is it a child? Is it a what is it?
It's very hard to tell. It looks like sort of like Jack Skellington almost.
I was gonna say,
like
I was getting
definitely
Slender
like
Man vibes.
a deformed human soul that doesn't carry much of its past visage, outside of the fact that it is humanoid. You'd be hard pressed to tell if this was male or female.
Okay.
I ask it, do you wish us to... Wait, do we see... Like, he was pointing out how it was cut as opposed to crumbling. Do we see, like, another piece, like the cut piece is fallen out and left there, or is...
So you don't see anything in the church itself that looks like it is that piece.
Okay,
You want this back?
I think it needs to be found.
Well, you being supposedly living here, did you see what took it?
Yes.
And
Oh God.
Knights.
Knights.
What colors?
Silver. Like our
Silver.
mother.
So Weisgard?
Okay, so the knights were like that was the color of the knights.
Their armor. Shining.
Right. Well,
That's kind of vague. Friend, can you? Was there any other specific symbols on the knights? Any sigil that you could make out?
They carried our mother with them. On their chests. And on their shoulders.
And your mother is. And I point to the statue. Is that your mother?
The goddess?
A child.
And I turn to Kane and I'm like, I'm fucking lost, mate. It's your turn.
okay.
Nonnery's furiously taking notes here.
So, why do you... Okay, you want us to get this piece of the mural back from these knights?
And it raises its hand again. And it points towards this empty space. And then it moves ever so slightly deeper into the mural. There. And you see what looks to be a city. A menagerie of castles. Huge. Dipping into the clouds in the sky.
Like the... What is that? What's this city with the spire?
Heaven Spire, you don't know what city it is, but you do know Heaven Spire.
Okay.
It is not Heaven Spire, but it's very large.
Okay.
I mean, does do I recognize? Did I ask the party? Does anyone recognize the city?
It's not Bayanam, is it?
And the ghost kind of shakes its head. Nonnery, Vietnam is not a continent known for giants, and he kind of gets up and looks closer. Does this look familiar? This land? And he points. This church here. Behind the giants. And like he kind of looks and he goes over to another mural, and it is just what looks to be this church that you are in pristine condition.
So this is just what it used to look like. This area.
Is so with the just imagery of the city and all that, is this ringing any bells for Uren? Is this
Roll religion or history.
we'll do history. That is going to be a 19.
19. In your study of dragons, one thing that comes up a lot is what is collectively known as the Dragkrieg, a war between the giants and the dragons. And you do remember that there were a few different strongholds for the giants. And the one here that comes to mind would be Harmas.
That's the name of a city.
A giant stronghold.
Yes.
Oh. So it's just so tall because giants.
So, friend.
Another. Oh, well, let me finish.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were done.
I understand. No, that's my bad. Another one that comes to mind would be Vonenheim. And lastly, Clegane.
I know, that's what it made me think of too.
Fuck the king.
Okay. Okay, so basically you're saying that by his reckoning, it could be any one of those three being depicted.
The biggest thing you know about these three is that the stories that you've read of the Drakrieg are more just that, stories. There's not a lot of information claiming that these places actually existed. There's no remnants, no artifacts, no physical proof of these giant cities.
So, friend, what is it exactly that is missing? Can you? I know that it's difficult for you to speak. It seems like so. Is it a stone? Does the stone have a picture on it? Like, can you be a bit more detailed?
That stone and others will lead you to my home.
And that is your home.
A soft nod.
Okay. Well, you want to go back there?
I must find it first.
We must find the stone first. And you think that Weiss Guardian Knights came and took the stone?
Another soft nod.
Okay.
Why would Wise Guardian Knights want it? For like, just to put in a case and show it off?
Or they want to
Maybe
go
if
there.
we put the stone back in the wall, it will summon another dragon.
Well, I would hope not. I think that maybe the Weiss Guardian Knights want to go there too. He said the stone will lead you there.
That does make sense. Great.
Oh, so the stone,
Maybe.
where, the stone that we don't know where it is,
Weiss
will
Guardian
lead
Knights have it.
us to a place that we don't know exists,
But
which
think about all the gold we can make for finding a lost city of giants.
I was just going to say that it doesn't sound too crazy. Nonary is out here talking about our multiple selves and planes that we can't see.
And like as you say this, Nonary has broken away from the group and like started sifting his hand through this creature.
Maybe don't do that.
It seems friendly now.
But would you want someone putting their hand through you?
And he
well,
looks
that's
at
one
you,
way to conduct an experiment.
Yeah,
and he
ghost.
looks down and he looks at the ghost. I do apologize. And walks his way out. Begins taking more notes, and the ghost just nods a little bit.
Okay, ghost. Well,
I think we can keep an eye out, right?
yeah. Next time I'm in Weisgard, I have a connection there. Next time I'm there, I will ask about your stone for you. And then once we come back through the area, we'll stop by and give you an update. How's that sound?
It stays still for a while. And as time passes, it becomes less and less visible until it has completely disappeared.
Oh no, we will look, I promise.
Sad.
Poor thing.
And you hear just a little home.
Well,
Comforting. Are you all ready to sleep now?
yeah. I think it's time for you guys to take your watch.
Yes.
Might as well. He like stretches Amadi up.
Okay, and you two can sleep, and then we can have this watch however long you guys want to take it.
Perfect. Good night.
Nonnery was kind of like putting his notes together. So, Ersid, you really are. It seems you are a magnet for these types of phenomena. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah, it's, I guess, what's the plural of anecdote? Is it data? I don't know.
Well,
It does seem peculiar that it's happened twice. But, I don't particularly think that I have a past with ghosts. So it is odd.
Well, I think this was, as far as data goes, quite effective. This is my first time seeing one in this world, and I think simple confirmation, it can't touch us, and we can't touch it unless it wants to, maybe? Have you ever touched a ghost? Either of you?
I mean, that one did leave footprints in the ground, so it has some corporeal capacity.
So the fact that it can choose between one state or another leads me to believe that maybe whatever existence, whatever plane that exists on is quite close.
Possibly?
So is it possible that when it's, translusive, we can see it, but is it in another plane because it walks through walls?
You know how you can feel air on you, like wind.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That is entirely absent with this entity.
What do you mean? It doesn't feel wind.
It doesn't feel like anything. You go against a current or a small flow of water, anything. There is present effect on your body. You can resonate with it, be it temperature or the lack of. There was a distinct eminence of nothing there.
Oh, when you touched it.
Or tried to.
Yeah. Huh.
So, that, I think, is indicative of a non-material existence.
But we're still looking at it, so it's like in between planes is what you're hypothesizing.
I think what I am hypothesizing, and he takes out a piece of paper. He starts to rip it up. And he takes them together and begins to form a lattice between the two papers, like a thatched basket. I think this is more how they work. They are touching constantly, yet entirely separate. And every once in a while, he crumbles it together. They can choose how they like to exist and interact with us.
And you're hoping to find a similar cross-section of two planes, and he's just like kind of gesturing at his Latisse, in Ilhayed.
What I have hypothesized is that Ilhayed, and he takes out like his more ink, and he has different colors of ink, and he starts to color different pieces, and then he crumples them all together, and he pulls the pages apart, and you can see where like the yellow has turned orange with the red, or turned gray when touching the purple, and colors have begun to mix. This is more what I expect of Ilhayed. Many planes, all doing this same conjunction.
Blending.
But without the intelligence or purpose.
See.
Other conscious being like our friend just now.
Essentially, I don't think this is a being. I think this is more like weather.
How much further are we?
I believe we can reach there in another 7 days or so before we finally begin to confirm some of my suspicions.
Well, in that case, I suppose we'll be spending a lot of time together. Regarding that, I wanted to ask you sooner rather than later, because it will be relevant, I assure you. How do you feel about dragons? Yes, be patient with me. I said this is.
And he begins to think. I think they are an enjoyable myth. I know our people were very kind to them, as I think we should be to all living creatures who are not immediately grasping at our throats.
I must say that I agree. And given that you still call them a myth, I would be remiss to pass up an opportunity to make a good impression on you on their behalf.
He raises an eyebrow.
And Uren scoot. I imagine we've been like sitting down, and Uren scoots back a little bit, and right on top of the lattice, he summons Kanira.
And like Kanira, just as soon as she wasn't there, she is. And she begins to stretch and coo and purr and like look around, and she looks at Nanari and like sort of cocks her head the way dogs do when they're confused. Yeah. Nanari, like, you could see he's like completely aghast. He doesn't know how to react to this. His eyes are wide and unblinking. His breath is short, and he sort of like calms down and like pulls out his notebook and begins a quick sketch. You're telling me this is not an illusion? Are you sure this is a dragon, like in the myths? Because this is very small.
Oh, it's not a fucking myth, buddy.
Yes, frankly, I'm surprised you had not heard of the recent turn of events at Orin. Though, yes, I can assure you she is quite real. And
Wait. Orin. Those aren't just rumors. There's always sightings of dragons.
One does not typically mobilize a military force in response to a rumor.
I guess I was choosing not to believe.
That's just fair enough. Though the reason I bring this up is for purely practical reasons. She wants to be out while we're out of the city, and I want her to be out. Though I hope you would not make me regret this decision. That dragon in Orin has been making a bit of a poor impression on the public at large. So I wanted to introduce you to a much more amiable dragon before too many opinions had been formed. Because yes, I very much agree with what you say, that so long as they are not at your throat, any sapient race deserves the benefit of the doubt.
As you're saying this, Nonnery reaches out his hand towards Conira, and she begins to sniff around and finally nuzzle up against him. So, I think this means that a lot of stories we heard are not just stories any longer. Is that correct?
I should think so.
And he's just petting her and observing her. So, do you think that they are capable of clearer communication? If our ancestors once revered them the way Arthea reveres the giants now, what do you think that means for the world?
I can assure you that communication is quite possible. The one I referred to earlier speaks quite clearly, and he spoke with us, spoke with the, I suppose now, former residents of Orin, and I do not know what to expect of that. I do not know what that means for the world at large going forward. My only hope is that it can be a little more positive, a little more desirable of an outcome for both parties than it has been so far.
Well,
It will definitely be a geopolitical conundrum,
Yes, I think you're right there.
but I do hope that it works out for everyone. Nanori, do you think? I don't know how well versed you are in dragons, but I know that dragons are magical creatures. Is it possible? I just don't believe in coincidences, which is why I think it's strange that I've been greeted with ghosts twice. And I do think that it's strange that, I don't know, that the dragons are, coming back or being tapped into, or I don't know the length of the magical power of a dragon, but is there a possibility that there's some kind of connection between the dragons and Ilhayud?
I think that is 100% correct. It is the capital of the Dragonborn. Their so-called children. And Nonnery looks at you very intently as he says this, Uren. If dragons were not involved, then what explains our friend here? We know they have powers beyond our comprehension. There are many people like Uren who here exist because of their power. There are whole, essentially, texts that explain and explore the idea of how they affect the world. A powerful enough dragon, I think, is beyond our imagination how they could affect us. If they decided to cause this magical storm at Ilhayed, well, I hope that one can be reasoned with.
This whole time, Uren's just been kind of just idly picking at his copper scales, and indeed, and the further this conversation goes on, the more eager I am to reach Ilhayed and see which of your hypotheses turn out correct.
And Nonary looks out the makeshift windows of the dilapidated church, and the sun, the Dreamer's flame, is beginning to flip and turn and alight. Nonary looks back to you all. Well, then let's get an early start on the next half of our trip. And we're going to go on break, you guys. We got a little bit to do here, so we'll see you in the next 15 minutes. We're going to clean things up, and then let's see what fun we get into this next half of the session. Talk to you guys soon.
Harrison said there's no such thing as a coincidence.
No such thing as a coincidence. All right, what's up, you guys? Thank you for coming back and tuning back in to the second half of this episode of Under the Dreamer's Flame. We're going to go ahead and get right back into it. We don't want to keep you waiting. And at the moment where the Dreamer's Flame begins to turn and the fire begins to sprout from its many wheels, you all begin to start rustling up the horses, saddling them up, getting their harnesses ready, hooking them back up to the wagon, and pushing further and further into the Badlands. This is the furthest you all have been from Burnwell, and you pass by that forest full of all the dead trees that sort of collapsed last night. You can see what looks to be a significant amount of struggle that took place here. You see a couple of fallen trees, some things that look freshly burned, and embers surrounding by. Just from an outside glance without actually digging in to the forest itself. As you go on.
Right. We didn't actually tell anyone besides Ersud what happened.
Oh no, we didn't. I forgot. We, last night, for those of you who are uninformed, ran into a fellow who seems to be able to control the zombie hordes.
When you say that,
in a way.
Like in the distance, you can see just shamblings of all these different creatures, just zombies and other mains just walking around. Nonary looks at you and says, "What?"
Yeah, well, we thought he was running from them. So we took some horses over to him. And then turns out they were running with him, not trying to eat him.
Yes, he was dressed kind of like a knight. He went, and then they melted into bat creatures.
Yeah, sort of got overlooked when there was a fucking ghost. So.
Right.
I mean, I can only be thankful that they did not chase to the church.
Yeah, he said, go away or you'll end up like them. Or end up like what happened in the forest.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
This was that man.
Yeah, he said that.
Yeah, so he says.
So what I think happened, based on events last night, is I think the big creature that was seen went into the forest, and then the night guy killed said creature with his roving band of zombie monsters, and then he quickly exited the forest after that. And then we saw him.
So, this mysterious man who controls fiends, per se,
Yeah.
essentially did us a favor. Yes?
Maybe.
Also-
Well, he didn't do it for us. I think he did it for himself.
But if that creature is no longer around, then maybe it's safer that way. Or we can even push through this wood here and maybe, and he kind of opens up his book and goes to the map, it would be a straighter shot to the Redolent Valley if we can go through this wood.
Well,
And if that creature is gone,
yeah.
before we get too far, should we confirm
If the creature is dead.
there would be a corpse, yes?
Yeah, we can take a look
Probably.
around. We're already here, right?
Yeah. Where all those trees fell down, I suppose we could just go over there and have a look.
And yeah, regarding that, and before we get too much further, Uren is like he takes out Connie and says, "It's like, all right, have some fun," and he like throws her in the air, and I'm gonna have her kind of just orbit 100 feet above us, and just be looking for stuff. Anyone like sneaking up on us if she sees the body, just keeping a weather eye out because she has advantage on perception checks. So.
Okay. Will you go ahead and roll a perception check for her?
Certainly.
That'll help you guys as you peruse through the forest.
So let me pull up her stats.
Yeah, take your time.
Can I also look with my survival skills to check out the wreckage, see if I notice any clues?
Absolutely.
That's going to be... Oh, that one's a nat 20.
Oh.
She sees all and knows all.
She opens a third eye.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to wait for Airsid's roll.
Well, I rolled a 12.
Okay, awesome. Good to know. So, as you guys get deeper into this piece of this petrified wood, there was an obvious altercation. There's large tree trunks falling over each other and turned into logs that are blocking off a lot of what you consider pathways. You can see like dried blood, and you can smell a very strong and pungent, almost fresh smell of rotting flesh. Airsid, as you are kind of looking through the wreckage, you see that there's a couple of like pieces of removed bark and claw marks on a lot of these trees, and there's a huge like area that resembles like a detonation, where flame has just kind of scarred the land. As well, you see a mix of footprints. Just a whole menagerie of footprints, small ones, big ones, but one that catches your eye is extremely large. It's about 3 feet in diameter by itself. 5 appendages that almost resemble a hand, with very, very stubby fingers or toes stomped deep into the dirt in multiple places. And Uren, you send Connie, she flies up into the sky, free at last, experiencing the world in its fullest. And as they look through and kind of soar above, watching the area, looking at all the different openings and like crevices in the wood, they notice what looks to be a person. They sort of like, the feeling of danger or concern starts to emanate through your mind.
Okay, so I'm going to briefly just go blind and deaf and look through her senses. Is it anything that I recognize specifically? Or?
So as you do, those who are kind of like watching Uren, you see their eyes simply glaze over, sort of like a snake when their like glass eyelids come over and obscure a lot of the clearness in his eyes. As they begin to roll back, you can see like all the veins and blood going back as he goes through Connie's senses, and you see a person clad in white robes rushing through the wood, pushing closer to the east as they're being chased by what looks like 2 large condors with antlers stemming from their heads, and instead of beaks they have maws full of jagged teeth rushing towards them. Their robe is stained with blood, and you can't hear them, but they're trying their best to get out of their sight.
Okay. I basically, as I see it, I narrate this to everyone, so we're all on the same page.
There's another person running
Great.
from monsters.
This one appears to be in more distress than the last.
Are they headed our way?
They're running away. They'd be going the same direction you guys are.
So they'll overtake us after a certain amount of time.
You would overtake them.
Okay.
Oh, they're ahead of us.
Yes.
Okay.
I suppose we go and save them. Or we can just let them die.
I mean, it's never hurts to make a good impression.
Maybe they know something about what happened here, about that person. You know? It could
Maybe.
be good. Maybe we should do it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a detective, but I have seen the wilderness a lot. I've been in it, and whatever happened here. Well, I mean, it didn't take a scholar, but it's not natural. I mean,
I
there's
think
an
we're
explosion
losing
of
time.
some sort.
Maybe we should decide.
I
Say aye if you want to go.
Sure.
Aye.
I feel like I'm being outvoted, and they just jump on their horse. Let's make good time.
He,
And I direct everyone straight to them based on what Kanira sees.
Okay, and Kanira is pushing ahead of you all, trying to keep an eye on things and just letting you know, like, closer, better, hotter, cold, no, turn here kind of things. And you are all rushing on your horses through the wood when you hear just this crazy scream as you hear the squelching of flesh being pierced by blades, and like the rabid, almost like hyena-like calls of these creatures getting closer. And you can see through the woods ahead of you that it looks like this man has been impaled by something from the sky. They're screaming and trying to pull off as you see these two bird-like creatures just jabbing at them, diving in one by one, taking strips of their flesh, ripping their clothes off. When you're about 50 feet away at
Do
this
they
point.
look dead?
No.
All right, I will kick it into gear. I will go as fast as I can.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and roll initiative.
yay.
See if I can grab them, but we'll see.
Or no, just roll one. Not my best.
Mine either.
It's fine. And let's take this as an opportunity to go ahead and try out some side initiative, yeah?
That's the thing we talked about last week.
Yes.
Did we talk about that on stream?
No.
All right.
Are you saying you want us to talk about it on stream?
I mean, I don't know if that was something you wanted to like make clear, like what we were doing.
I think so. As far as side initiative guys goes, we're not going to be following number by number whose turn it is. Our players have rolled numbers to determine when a player can go in initiative, and the beasts themselves can do the same thing. So none of these turns will look exactly the same. So we're trying this out to see if it will help combat flow a little bit easier. And so, Kane, what is your initiative?
10.
Okay, Urin.
6.
Okay, Narissa.
9.
All right, and lastly, Ersid.
17.
All right.
I'm sorry, mine is 12.
Oh, I need to roll for Connie as well. She rolled way better than I did. That's going to be.
I would prefer if she just went after you.
Just went after me?
Yeah.
That's simpler.
Okay. I'm sorry, Ersid, what was yours?
17.
Okay, Urin and Narissa one more time.
9.
6.
Okay, awesome. I didn't want to get that mixed up. Okay. And highest initiative will be Kane's initiative. So player turn. Who wants to go first? In front of you, you guys rush into the forest on your horses and run into sort of a choke between the trees where the forest begins to build sort of a grotto, and the smell of blood and rotting flesh is heavy here. As you look around and get closer, you see that there are more and more bodies all impaled on different trees, through different spikes, through different staves, whatever different means. There are all kinds of corpses lined here, as this is some sort of feeding ground or some sacrificial area where humanoids have been left to rot. And you see near the edge, there is the white-clad robed member being eviscerated by these creatures. So, who's going first?
Isn't it Airson? I mean, does it not matter? It's just player turn?
Yeah,
It's just player turn.
Yeah,
I'm rushing up ahead of everyone so that I can jump off the horse and, like, grab this guy
Okay.
and, like, cover him, and I will heal him with my 5 points. Just to make sure he doesn't die. That's what I'm trying to do. I'll just yell, cover me, and I'll run in.
Okay, and you're gonna jump off the horse. Are you gonna bring the horse into the fray?
No.
Okay. So we'll say that you have enough movement to get within, to get to him. Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you dashing?
I'll just get the horse up as far as I can, jump off of it, like roll.
Okay. So then we are going to roll this because it takes half your movement to jump off of a mount, which means the rest of you would be about here, all on horses. So you rush in, you dive. I need you to make an athletics check. As you rush in, you see there's like a large, like branch that's been rudimentarily sharpened and thrust through this man as he's trying to pull himself out. He looks at you with blood in his eyes, saying, "Help! Get me out of here."
11.
11.
Bro, I've been rolling like absolute trash, not above a 10.
Okay, and you push, and it takes all of your strength to get him off of this branch. He's screaming and screaming as finally his body is released from this spit, and he's on the ground just breathing profusely. You touch him with your hands, and a sort of an opalescent hue begins to emanate. This aura surrounds him, and his hyperventilation begins to slow as some of his wounds begin to close. All right, next up.
Do I have a bonus action or did I use everything?
I will allow you a bonus action.
I'll rage.
Okay.
Good call.
And you let out that same slow breath, and you come to a place of uncomfortable calm as you assess the situation. Next up, we have another player turn.
I'll take it.
Take it.
Yep. So I will cast. I'm gonna cast. How many birds are there? There's 2.
There's 2.
Okay, I'll cast Fairy Fire on them.
Okay. That's a deck save.
Yeah, 14.
Okay, and you strike a chord on your violin, unnerving and minor, as a blue-gray flame darts across the battlefield and explodes, enveloping these creatures in flame. As their wings, they flap. Embers drop from them in the same color as Kane's flame. It looks successful.
Sweet. And then
Narissa and this guy have to make the save as well.
It's fine.
Does that say anything about hostile creatures only? Are you designating what creatures?
Any creature in the area.
Okay.
I got like a 20, so it's fine.
You're fine. You roll with advantage, right?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Thank God.
Yeah. All right. And you can see that man you're holding in your arms begins to be traced by that same flame as it falls from these bird-like creatures.
Whoops.
Like, no worries. It's fine.
And then I will use my bonus action to inspire Irsed.
Okay. How do you inspire him?
I will say, Well, they're gonna be extra easy to hit now with that with what a great shot you are.
All right.
You have a D6, Airset, to
Okay.
use.
And that works on attack rolls.
Yeah, he can use it for. Oh wait, can he
You-
not? Because of that kind of what kind of bard I am.
No, that's an extra effect that you can decide if you want to emit one of those.
Okay.
But if you're just using a normal inspiration, just do that normally. Next, we have an enemy turn where one of the birds kind of flies up into the air and starts chasing towards where they see the flame come from. The other dives directly towards you.
Can I
and
get a reaction on it when it gets into my space?
that is a thing you can do.
Then I will try.
Okay, go ahead. You have advantage. Oh, wait. No, that's fine.
15?
It's
Okay. So it's 2d10 thunder damage?
yes,
Plus 2?
plus 2.
The rage. If I can find another d10. Oh. 17.
17 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez, oh Pete.
Okay, that looks good. So you begin to flourish your blade around you. You twist it and finally.
Wait, hold on.
Oh,
20.
20
Because of the
damage?
radiant.
20
Yep.
radiant. Okay. And you strike high into the sky as it begins to dive toward you, mouth open. And as you do, your blade begins to sever in between its jaws as it begins to split. Blood pours on top of you, and you scream. And as you do, that same roar echoes throughout the whole forest, shaking the trees as you can see a shudder inside of this creature. Its whole body stands stiff in the air as it needs to make a roll on the massive damage table. It makes it save. And so it's still coming down, and it rips its splintered jaw off the top of the blade as it swings towards you with one of its talons gripping you. And it misses. And it rolls over itself, and it does some kind of like a flip, and it brings its wings wide as it dives in and gets a good, strong bite on your neck. And you take... It looks like 9 damage as it bites into you. All right, and this one,
Is that halved or am I having it?
you should have it
So
because
4?
of rage. Yes, yes. And this creature does not know exactly who shot the flames, so it goes after the first one. And Airsid, you're knocking your bow as it rushes into you, screaming and cackling, and it begins to throw its mouth right at you, wide open. Oof, and it flies right past. Like, as soon as it tries to bite you, you stick your arm in its mouth too deep for it to really use its jaw strength and push it away, and it swipes as it flies away, but it can't seem to get a grip on you. And it ends up... behind you, flying high into the sky. We have a player turn, and that'll be either Airsid or Uren.
So that one still has the fairy fire on it.
Yes.
Okay. I'm good either way if you wanted to go.
Okay, I'll take a shot at the one that is over by Narissa.
Okay, shoot with advantage.
Why is that? Because
Because of Kane's fairy
Fairy
fire.
fire.
oh, they both have fairy fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice, sick. Okay. Okay. Oh, advantage. Thank God. Oh, much better. Been so long. 15.
15 to hit.
Yeah.
Definitely hits.
Okay.
You get to add sneak attack damage, right? Because you had advantage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
So that's gonna be 10.
10 damage. Okay. As a arrow flies by, whizzes right past you, Narissa, and it almost like is guided by the edge of your glaive as it flies right into this beast's chest, and it screams loudly into the air, and you can kind of feel it in your chest how shrill it is, and it is answered by a deep guttural roar emanating from deeper inside the forest, and you can hear the slamming of paws stomping across the ground. Something is coming closer. You can hear the tree shake. Is that it for your turn, Ersid?
It didn't get lit on fire.
No. Oh,
I guess
well.
I'll gallop towards. Well, I don't know. You two guys are kind of. Oh, you guys can handle that. I'll gallop towards Narissa. No. Sorry. Okay. I made my decision. I'm going to gallop. I can see where I am on the map. In between the two parties. So in between Narissa and in between Kane and Urin. So kind of max. There's a slight delay on the Twitch, so it'll probably take a second. Oh, yeah. That's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. And you'll position
So that I have
yourself.
a maximum radius for my bow.
Okay. Nice. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Awesome. That's your turn. Urin, what's going on?
Okay. So how far away is that one from me? Like you said, it flew up.
Let's see. It's about 30 feet in the air.
Okay. Cool. I will step on my cord. I'm just gonna kind of come back here. I'm gonna keep Connie behind me, and then I'm going to go into my form of dread. Gonna get my D10 out. Hey, that's pretty good. So that's going to be 12 additional hit points.
Ooh, awesome. Go ahead and make a charisma save for me, please.
Right. Saving throw, you said?
Yes.
Mr. Murder Death.
Yeah. That's going to be a 9.
A 9. These bodies make more. Every action you do from here on out has to be offensive.
That's the plan.
Okay.
For my action, I'm going to fire an Eldritch Blast at that one.
Okay, roll with advantage.
That's 2 digits. Good. That is going to be blast plus 5. 19 to hit.
Okay, awesome. Definitely hits.
And it's going to be 8 damage.
8 damage. As you see the shadows pull from your shoulders, coursing down your arm, and like veins swarming into a purple orb in your hand as you shoot it off, as it hits this creature and it gets stunned, knocked out of the air. Feathers fly everywhere for 8 damage.
And I will push it back and try and frighten it.
Okay, awesome. What is my save?
The save for that is a DC 13.
DC 13. What kind of save?
Wisdom.
Wisdom? Okay, cool.
And here, I'll pull it back 10 feet.
Thank you. Okay, and as you do, it looks very shook, and it's looking down and around you guys, and it starts to like circle around. Doesn't really know what it's doing, but it doesn't look like it's having a good time. Okay, awesome. And we are at the top of the round with a player turn.
I think that Air said, yeah.
I'll take a turn.
Oh.
Now I'll so I've like just for flavor, you know. I pull my horse up and it stops in place, and I turn around, and I'm gonna take a shot at the other. What are they called? Condors?
You would know these are called peritons.
Peritons.
Yes.
Okay. So, and that has fairy fire.
Yes.
Yeah.
They both do. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna take a shot at that one.
Okay. The one next to Narissa.
No, the one that Urin just
Okay.
fired at. Yeah.
Nice.
That's 13.
13.
Yeah.
You shoot your arrow.
You have
and the-
inspiration.
Well, I do have inspiration. I guess I'll use it. Oh, nice. 19.
Okay, that's full. Nice. What a way to roll. And you shoot this arrow and it's whizzing in like it looks like the trees are getting in its way. It's passing through branches and dead leaves until finally it looks amplified by that small flame. Like it reaches out from the periton itself and grabs onto the arrow and wisps it into one of its wings. Go ahead and roll damage.
Sick.
Wow. 19.
Holy shit.
I almost
19 damage.
rolled max damage.
That's insane. Okay. Looks good. And as you shoot this, it like goes right through one of its wings. And it screams and it looks at you, snarling, its teeth bared. And you notice through a very trained eye that one of its wings begins to close up almost. The blood stops dripping.
Uh-oh.
Great.
Is the one I stabbed like closing up?
And you kind of take a look at it, and you do see a lot of its wounds that were there are no longer there. Its jaw is slowly coming together.
Even with the radiant?
Where the radiant definitely seems to have made a mark. It's
Okay.
almost as like the skin is cauterized. So wherever it
Okay.
wasn't cauterized, it is healing.
Okay.
So I'll shout out to the party. They can heal.
I'm
They can
seeing
heal themselves.
I'm seeing that you have to hit them with something like fire.
Oh, fuck.
All right. Player turn.
Do either of you have something like fire?
Nope.
I have radiant. I guess maybe I should do it then. All right, I'll hit the one in front of me.
Okay.
Try and get it off of me so that I can get this guy to safety.
Okay.
It was a 19 and a 1, so 19 plus
Okay.
a lot.
Hits.
Maybe if I can find my... I know what a D10 looks like, but when I have to roll it, they disappear.
Appreciate it.
God. 19.
19. 19 damage. How do you take it out?
Just like flip the glaive around, stick it straight up through the head, and like swing it off and down into the ground.
And as you do, you can hear all of its bone breaking, and the last gasp is like, "Ah!" And like its body just begins to lay flat on the ground, and the flame that was originally coating it begins to diminish and trails off into the forest.
All right. I will grab this guy and start running him back. Like, I'll get closer to Ersid, and I will push him and say, I'll go towards the cart. Get in the cart.
Okay. Full movement.
I'll stand by my horse, I guess. I gotta protect it, so. And I'll tell him to sprint.
On this side or the other side?
Yeah, in front of the horse, so I'll put him behind me. No, me in front of the horse, that guy behind me, if that makes sense.
To me, this is in front, like going. Okay, I understand.
And I'll tell him to run to the cart
Okay,
and get in it.
awesome. And he is beginning to run. He's limping, he's rushing as he's dashing through the forest, holding his arms and screaming. And this Perryton begins to dive down.
Can it approach when it's frightened of me?
It can't move closer to you.
Okay.
So,
Okay, so if it's going at an angle.
yeah.
Okay.
Bro, leave my guy alone. He's not
And
attacking.
it rushes past this guy, seeing that its meal might be dispersed for the day, and it goes ahead and it tries to make a grab. And I would not say you are within line of sight. I think it's just rushing and trying to get away. Okay, and it tries to pick this man up, but its claws don't make any purchase upon him. So it flies high into the air where it sits about, we'll say, 40 feet high. And we have a player turn.
I'm like, go! Get the fuck out of here.
Do you want to go?
Yeah, I'll go. All right. I will do another... Oh, nice. I will do another Eldritch Blast at it.
Okay, go ahead and shoot it.
Is he still fairy fired?
Yes.
That was not
How
a
long does
great roll.
fairy fire last?
For a minute or until I lose concentration.
Gotcha.
Does a 10 hit?
You shoot, and your emboldened Eldritch Blast just knocks through the trees, breaking branches, and by the time it reaches this creature, it has dissipated. You do not hit.
Okay.
Anything else you can do on your turn?
Nope. I think that's all I got.
Okay, I believe we have another player turn.
I'll cast Dissonant Whispers on it.
Okay, go ahead. What kind of save?
Wisdom.
Wisdom save.
14.
Let's see. And you strike another chord on your violin and begin to like rub it in, making just this nasty sound. And no one else can hear it but you and this creature. And it looks at you when it does, and it shakes its head wildly and begins to growl, eyes trained on you.
Great. So it saved, huh?
Yes.
Okay. It still takes half damage, though.
How much?
I'm going to roll it right now. Seven.
7 damage.
I got 14, but it takes half because it's saved.
Okay, cool. Just making sure that was already halved. And it's shaking, and like you can see its eyes are bloodshot as it stares at you, growling. We are back to the top of the round with a player turn.
I mean, I'll just take another shot at it. It's still in the air, right? 40 feet?
It is still in the air, 40 feet.
Okay.
I will say there is just a little cover from the trees.
Okay. I still have advantage.
Shit.
Right?
You still have advantage. I'm just
Okay.
letting you know that if you think you hit, just don't be surprised if you don't.
Okay.
Just roll high.
There we go. First roll. 21 to hit.
Ooh, go ahead, roll damage.
And
10 damage.
yeah.
Okay, looking good. As its eyes are trained on Kane, you take this moment to go ahead and let loose a shot. Your arrow whizzes past and right into its chest as it howls, and it's looking at you all crazily, trying to figure out what to do with its next move. And as this happens, you hear that same roar from earlier, closer, stronger, the pounding of feet against the earth, and finally out of the brush, you see a shot of what looks to be some sort of ammunition flying straight towards this creature, just as it. Oh yeah, that definitely hits. And like the Periton almost gets knocked out of the air as you see a bunch of spines sticking out of its chest, and it's flying pretty lazily, ripped up and bloodied, just dripping onto the ground. Its feathers let loose, but it is still kicking it.
Jeez.
The porcupine thing is attacking it.
And emerging out of the wood nearby is, you see jumping out the large face of a man, completely taken out of like humanoid coverage. Its lips are removed and replaced with jagged teeth shooting out, a mane flying behind it. It is feline in nature. Its paws hit the ground, large claws and wings sprouting from its back as it roars, its tail flailing, and it looks at Ren.
No.
As it begins to swipe.
Fuck.
What is this gross lion creature?
19.
Oh, that hits.
19. And it
Christ.
rushes towards you, reaches out, and you feel its paw get you right across the chest. You feel the strength of 1,000 men just doof, 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 tearing into you.
Good God.
And you take 6 damage.
Okay.
And it tries to pull you closer. It reaches its head out on its unusually long neck and bites down. And you manage to get out of the way and push it back as you can feel it just chomping at you, gnashing at you. Kane, you see this giant head just inches away from Uren's face, seconds away from decapitation. And Uren is out, just keeping himself safe. Player turn.
How is it?
It is a large creature. It's taking up a 10 by 10 square.
Right, I'll go. If that's okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll go soon because I want to
Okay.
get this thing off.
I will flip up onto my horse.
Okay,
Because I'm
awesome.
right next to it, I'll just jump back up on it.
Okay, that's half
Kick
the
it
movement.
into gear, grab that guy, and just throw him over the back.
Okay,
As I get closer, I don't know how
roll
close
athletics. No, you're fine. How much is it? What's your carry weight?
I can get. What's my carry weight?
Yeah, it's probably huge, right?
It's like 400 or something
Okay, then you're
that
fine.
I can lift. So, I'll get as close as I can.
I'll take care of this while you take care of that.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to keep him as safe as possible.
You don't have to move the dice around for the horse unless you're on it. So just hold on to that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get, like, I've got him with me. I'll try and get close enough to that thing to hit it.
Okay, I'd say you're definitely within reach. You got 10 feet of reach. It's a
Yeah,
10-foot
yeah.
creature. You could hit it from over there.
Okay. That's what I will do then.
Okay, go ahead and make a swing.
This one. Maybe. Oh, okay, that was actually decent. 16?
16. You swing and you definitely make contact with this creature as your blade begins to poke into its belly.
18.
18 damage?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Ooh-wee. Okay. And it roars out defiantly as you push deeper into its abdomen, and it looks at you growling as blood begins to splurt and shoot out from its body. It takes its eyes off of Uren, sets its hands on the ground, and focuses entirely on you.
Can I bonus action, like, bop it in the nose?
Yeah, go ahead.
I like that sounds like it's not like an attack, it's a harassment.
Well, I probably missed because it was a 10, so yeah, I just...
And like as you go to bop it, it grabs the tip of your glaive in between its teeth, and you can hear it just screeching against its ivory as it just holds it in its mouth. Next up we have, I believe that is a creature turn, as this fool is going to go after Airsid.
This flying one?
Yes.
I'll scoot him over here.
And it's going to dive down. How much does this fool hit for? 13.
That misses.
That misses. Okay, awesome. And as it's still diving, it goes out mouth first, and as it begins to retreat, it swings its talons out, trying to take another hit at you. 17.
That hits.
Okay. And like it is still carried by the momentum of its dive as it just dashes into you. Feel its claws dig deep into your chest, almost pushing you off the horse as you take 24 damage, digging itself
Good
deeper.
God.
Fuck.
How many hit points do you have?
Not many.
Like total?
What the fuck? Yeah. I have 28.
I'm gonna need you to make a con save, my guy.
My God, what the fuck?
Yeah, that thing got you.
Yeah, those things were not
That was
hitting that hard.
nasty. Jesus.
They haven't hit you guys.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
true. Yeah, I was-
Bit,
To
well,
be
it bit
fair,
me.
they
It
haven't
didn't
hit us.
swoop in though.
Yeah.
It missed on the swoop, so.
Damn.
It just wasn't.
I was
It didn't have
expect-
enough feet to swoop.
I was expecting like 8, maybe.
Yeah.
and I know the manticore did 6 to me. So
Yeah. All right. A con save?
Yes, sir. You gotta beat 15, my guy.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, fuck. What happens if I don't?
I get to roll on the system shock table.
Fuck. Nope.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Buddy.
I got a D10. I'm gonna roll this out in the open for the boys. I know the people viewing can't see it. We need to set up a camera for this. But I
yeah, we
don't
need
want
like
any
this tiny
claims.
little camera bowl off to the side there.
Yeah, we gotta do some dimension 20 shit. All right. That's a 9, which means
Well,
you cannot take reactions until the end of your next turn. It's hit you so hard that you were effectively stunned. You're looking around, the air is bursted out of you, and you can't imagine how it's almost like its claws are in your lungs, and you're so scared that they are about to be pierced.
fucking.
Player turn.
So Airsid already went.
Airsid
did.
went.
All right, here
I went,
Here,
so-
I'll go. I'm gonna see if I can't get this guy off of me. All right, I'm going to hex it first of all.
Okay, awesome.
Spells real quick.
How does your Warlock Hex look?
Kind of it'll have a similar kind of smoky effect, except he like just kind of clenches his fist, and it doesn't like shoot any projectile off him. He just kind of clenches his fist, and a bit of smoke kind of swirls around them.
Okay, awesome. I love it. And what stat are you hexing?
Let's do strength,
Strength. Okay, awesome.
and then I will hit him with an Eldritch Blast.
Okay, you're going to be hitting at disadvantage.
I'm at disadvantage.
I would say that's within 5 feet.
Is it okay? Yeah, I guess
Okay.
it is what it is. Hey, that's not so bad. What's my modifier? Does a 13 hit?
13 hit. And you shoot this Eldritch Blast, and it comes in that same smoky wave, and it's shaking off the smoke, the cause from your hex. And as it sees you do this, it gets flat on the ground, and your hex, or your Eldritch Blast, just grazes its hair, flying into a tree. Anything else you can do with your turn?
Not if I want to live. So
Okay,
Not if I want to live.
awesome. Last player turn.
Okay. God damn it. I'm gonna cast fucking healing word. at second level.
He said
On who?
begrudgingly.
Airsid.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I a burden to you?
Yes.
Yes.
I think I've done like 40 damage.
Yeah. Thanks to me.
Okay. So your healing word, how much do
Yeah.
you?
Second.
Second
At
level.
second level.
Okay.
God. You fucking attackers always getting hurt. Nice. 10. 10 healing.
10 healing.
10 healing.
Nice.
All to you, my friend. And then I will... Fuck. Yeah, I'll inspire Narissa.
I'll let you bonus action. It's fine. We can allow that from here on
I always
out.
forget that it's a bonus action.
And we can allow it. It's fine. You are how do you inspire her?
I do the same thing.
I'm not scared of the ghost, but I'm scared of this thing, so I need you to kill it.
Just nod.
And as you say
Scared
that, the flames from the peritone flying in the sky rocket out like meteors, one reaching Airsid, beginning to close up his wounds, and the other coats you and follows down your body, your arm, and into your glaive. It's simply glowing with this bluish flame.
Sick.
Nice. All right, we are at the top of the round with the player turn.
All right, I'm gonna go get. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna go, and then I'm gonna go, and then
I could inspire
What's
again.
nothing
I
wrong
guess you
with that.
could.
Yeah.
What is the healing surge bonus action?
Yes.
Okay. Well, do you want to go again, Kane?
Yeah. Sure, I will. I'll cast blindness on the Manticore.
Okay, what's my save? What kind of save?
Constitution of 18.
No, it would be the same. Oh, yeah. Ooh. And like, as you look at this manticore, your eye gets coated in blackness, and you all hear a strange voice speaking unearthly tongues. Thank you. As a black mist emits from your mouth like deep dark smoke, huge like a fog cloud, and it gets in, starts seeping into this manticore as it roars, and the fog breaks, and it looks at you, eyes clear as day.
Fuck.
like,
I
bro.
should have done con, dang.
It wouldn't help with the save.
Yeah, it doesn't help with the save.
Oh, it's a save. Yes.
Yeah.
Saves and checks. Always.
Well, fuck.
Okay.
Didn't work.
Nope. So I'll just inspire. I haven't inspired Udren yet, so you are now inspired, my friend.
You have one inspiration left.
Yeah, I'm gonna check right now.
Okay.
I'm going to it. Yes, one left.
Okay. And Ersid, this creature that is on you, like as you've begun to heal, its claws still inside your body. You can feel the skin closing around it, and it can feel it too. And it starts to scream as it looks at you and pulls out its talons viscerally. But just as it does, like you kind of like push it off, and it can't hook into you the way it wants to, so it decides to bite you on its way back into the sky. 15 to hit.
That hits.
That hits. All right. Take 6 damage as it sort of bites around you and starts to fly up, and you find it. It has moved here into the nearby trees. We have a player turn.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna.
You can go.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get this Manicore off of me. All right, so you didn't blind it, so it's still disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Come on. Hey, those were actually really good.
Hell yeah.
The lowest one is 22.
Oh, yeah, that hits.
Yep. And that is for, how much does Hex give me?
A D6.
A D6. All right, that is going to be for 12 damage.
Nice. 12 damage. As your Eldritch Blast rockets straight into it, tries to move out the way, and it catches it, clips it right upside the head, and it roars as you can kind of see blood and like a bruise being formed on its forehead.
I'm going to have it roll to be frightened.
Okay, awesome. And that happens every time you hit with an attack?
I can do it once per turn.
Okay.
And it has a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom save. Okay. Just making sure it can be frightened. What does it have to make?
13.
Okay. And it looks at you and it sort of like begins to hunch over its tail, coiling around it and beginning to back up.
Okay. Also, forgot to say that it gets pushed 10 feet.
Okay, awesome. And it gets pushed.
Like at an angle.
Yeah, and then I'm going to have it roll a dex save to get pushed into that natural wall there.
Okay.
And it's too, like, thrown back by how powerful you are. Like, you just pushed its giant frame, little old you. And as it hits this wall, it takes another couple of damage.
Awesome.
Okay, anything else you can do with your turn?
Yes. Now that it's all scared, I'm going to kind of circle around behind Kane, so it can't approach him either.
Okay.
Oh, big brain.
Nice. It is an enemy turn, and the Manticore sort of like looks around, and it sees you. It remembers being stabbed, and it begins to stalk slowly, one step at a time. It bounds off the wall and flies towards you.
I will. I haven't used my reaction, I don't think yet, so poke, poke.
Okay, go ahead and poke it.
Get poked.
Get poked.
Do you remember what kind of horses you have?
Normal ones? I don't know. Whatever was the
I remember one was a dapple gray.
just draft horses, ones that have to like pull stuff, ones that are like decently fast.
Doing draft horses.
22.
22 hits. Go ahead and attack.
Where's my stupid other D10? I swear to God. There it is. Come on, just 2 10s. Okay, not bad. $23.
23 damage?
Yes.
That's insane.
A 10 and an 8 plus 2 plus 3.
And it rushes in, and that same flame, it sets your glaive alight. It is so bright, it begins to become opalescent, more like whatever power is coursing through you. And you stab down as it slides on the ground and begins to open mouth grab around your horse's hoof, and you stab it right in the neck. And there's another just boom explosion as you can feel everything in the forest shake. As like a gash is blown open and it screams. It is still kicking.
Drop it.
Okay. I don't know why the music keeps stopping, but it's cool. Okay, and it latches on to your horse and bites down thoroughly. You can hear your horse whinnying and neigh as it has taken like these teeth going straight through its calves. Blood starts to drip down as it takes 6 damage. And it swipes once at the horse's legs.
Why?
Just enough to get another 8 damage in. And it's going to take its second claw
At the
and
horse?
and grab the horse
Why?
as it
Horse can't
rips
stab it.
deeply in your horse. You can hear as its eyes begin to roll back and the claws have pierced its rib cage. Blood falls into the ground as he rips the horse from under you, and you can see it just holding this creature in its mouth.
Damn.
You die for that.
And you are knocked prone.
Fuck.
And it's going to take this time.
Guys, get your horses out of here. It's just gonna kill them all. We'll have to walk.
Not walk.
And it begins to fly away.
The Manticore? Mm-hmm. What a bitch.
Bell.
Don't let it get away. Maybe we can sell that thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say. If nothing else, just walking
Yeah,
around.
30 feet in the air as it and it's casting wind all around you and begins to fly out. Player
Shoot it
turn.
down. Shoot it down.
Okay. So, real
This
quick,
thing's still up.
as my bonus action, I'm going to, well, actually, let me see, steady. Yeah, for my bonus action, I'm going to, healing surge,
Okay, go ahead. You didn't.
and
Okay.
did I already do it? No,
You talked about it. I don't think you did it.
no, I didn't do it. I got healed by Kane.
Yes.
So healing surge is half of my.
Up to half your hit dice, so 2d8s. Or 1d10 and a d8, however you want to run it.
I guess I'll do 1d10 and a d8.
Roll that shit, bro. Don't forget to add your con.
$13.
Okay. And
Okay.
you dig in deep. You start like hitting your leg in anger. Like you can't lose this. You can't let this creature go, especially after it's so rudely taken one of your horses.
That was fucking mean.
And you can feel like adrenaline pumping through you as you are enervated and ready to go.
Okay, so I'm going to steady aim. So I have
that you already used your
advantage.
bonus action.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the Oh, that's a bonus action. Fuck.
It's unfortunate.
Oh, damn it.
God, I hate D&D.
I should have read it.
Here.
Let me be a fucking
Okay,
superhero.
I have an idea, and because Connie hasn't gone, and it's okay if not, because this would be a little retroactive. But could I have her fly over to him and give him the help action? Or is it too late?
You haven't used Conura this whole time. I think simply just because you're doing this retroactively, I don't think I can let you.
I figure.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Damn.
But now
All
you
right.
can do that.
Yeah.
I'll take the shot.
Shoot
Shoot.
it.
Gotta take the shot.
Shoot.
I wish
Okay.
it was an advantage.
Me too.
It wouldn't kill it anyways. There's no fucking way.
15.
15. Okay, you shoot the arrow and like it's flying off with this horse in its mouth, and it flies right under its hoof and into its belly. You hear it just kind of like grumble as it begins to flap out of the way. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay, so just for flavor, if I may.
Word.
Okay, so come on, you stupid fucker. And as I cock back the bow, and right before the arrow releases, the arrow starts to like glow with this green mist. Kind of comes off of the arrow, and I let it fly, and I'm going to use favored foe.
Ooh, okay. I love it, dude. In this green mist, it begins to like double helix around this arrow and form another arrow in front of it as it punctures the beast, and then the arrow follows even deeper as it like digs in. Go ahead and roll your extra D4 as you can see like just the feathers of the arrow sticking out.
That's gonna be 14. No, yes.
14 damage. Jesus Cristo. Okay, and as it does, like a whole splurt of blood just flies down to the ground. You can feel yourself becoming coated in it like a fine mist. I believe we have one more player turn this turn, or is that everyone?
You can go. I don't remember. You guys can go. I can give
No, this
myself
is-
advantage on a throne thing, though.
I mean, If I haven't gone this round, I could go and try and take a shot at him.
You're the only one who hasn't gone. So.
Perfect. All right.
Make sure your familiar gives you help.
Well, that's with attacks, not spells.
If you make a spell attack, I believe it helps.
Oh, for realsies?
We'll run it like that for now.
Okay.
Did you use your inspiration yet?
I don't have Oh, I haven't.
You
You're
do
right.
have inspiration.
Okay. First, since I'm gonna giddy up with my horse.
Giddy
has
up.
60 movement speed.
Ooh-wee.
Here, I'll actually. Okay. 5, 10. Oh no. 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 55, 60. All right. I'll get right there. And then I'm going to take a shot, and yeah, I'll have Connie help me, and I'll take a shot at the manticore in the air.
Okay, so Conira flies up towards the manticore and starts flying around its head, trying to annoy it, jumping on top of the horse, like taking chunks out of it to kind of like intimidate it.
All right. I will. Oh, I need my D6 as well. Oh, that is a nat 20.
Nice.
Ooh-wee. Okay, so
It's going to be...
that's 14 minimum because it's hexed.
Yes. Yeah, so it's going to be 10 plus 7, and I got max on the hex, so 23. 23 damage.
Also, if you want, you
16.
can use magical inspiration and add my D6 to your damage, or you can heal yourself.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask how that worked, but yes, I will add another D6 to that.
Okay, so we're going to say it's already at 22 because 10, 6, 6. Those are all the dice.
Mm-hmm. And that's going to be another 2. So 24?
25. Yeah, 24.
Yeah. And yeah, I'll of course have him roll to be frightened and push him back.
Okay, like further into the air?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, yeah.
Can you push him back down?
Yeah.
No. That's a pull. That's a pull.
Yeah, we would need a pull.
Hey, what if he pushed from the top?
He didn't.
Like this, yeah.
Wait, give me a minute to
Let
get
him
to that
curve
level.
the bullet, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shoot it up
Okay, yeah.
and down.
Yeah, I was thinking 2-dimensionally, but yeah, if I'd be pushing him further up, then I won't do that, but I will roll to have him be frightened.
Okay. So you're not pushing him. Or you are.
I'm not pushing.
You're not pushing. Okay, but you are having him roll to be frightened. You're within line of sight, so he is still frightened. He's like looking around. He doesn't know what to do. We're to the top of the round with another player turn.
Someone finish
Okay,
him.
so he's... Yeah,
Should I-
I'm going to take another shot.
Okay, go ahead.
And this time I'm going to use steady aim.
He's looking pretty rough, bruised and battered. He's missing fur in multiple areas. You steady aim, you pull your bow taut and tight. You shoot.
Yeah, I shoot. 21.
Hits.
Okay, so I get sneak attack because that's an advantage roll, right?
Yes, sir.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's another 13.
Another 13 damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot the favorite foe.
Oh, don't forget that.
Boom, 17.
Nice. Okay, and you shoot it in, and it roars violently as you're just spraying it with like magic and arrows, and it can't handle all of this. And as it roars, it drops the horse from the sky, 30 feet in the air.
Jesus.
Airshid, you're right under him.
You're gonna get horsed.
I need you to make a dex save.
All right. That's funny.
Horses fall, everyone dies.
Yeah.
Make a dex save. I believe the
Crunchy.
horse is a large creature.
8?
18.
Okay.
I was like, there's no fucking way.
God.
You get an 8.
He just gets flattened.
I was gonna say, I was like, that's no good. And the horse, and you dodge nimbly out of the way as it hits the ground and simply splatters, guts everywhere, blood on the
Explodes.
floor. Yeah, it is messed up. Sorry, horse. No real animals were hurt in the filming of this movie. as it hits the ground and just splatters everywhere. Everyone within like a 20-foot radius is just covered in blood. We are going to a enemy turn, and this manticore looks down, and it does like a barrel roll cart flip in the air. It just like aerials, spinning in like a little ball, and as it does, needles begin to form and shoot, going everywhere. First off, we have Air Sid.
Okay.
Okay, and like as you hit the ground, you're running from like this horse, and these needles all into the ground and follow you, but none of them can get you safely.
Nice.
Uren, you see this happening as well.
Reminds me of the scene in Naruto
Oh, yeah.
in the Forest of Death. Those Rain Village dudes.
That's true. And the same thing happens. They almost like trace around you. These needles are being shot
You
so
just
sporadically.
Hold still enough.
And Narissa, they're coming after you.
I thought it was going to be a dex save.
No, these are actual attack rolls,
Okay.
which is better for you because it's afraid and has disadvantage.
Absolutely.
However, Narissa, I will actually tell me this is a 15 hit.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. And like in this wild barrage of spines, they come down in like a raining flurry of pins and needles, and you get
She
all
just
up
goes
your arm,
like this to cover her eyes.
and you take 3 damage as they barely can make past your scales, but they do find a way to sit inside of your skin. And this full bounces.
Damn.
I can shoot really far.
It's true.
And it's pretty far. That's about as far away. Well, no, that's not as far as it goes. What am I thinking? That's about 6. Let me see if I can bring the map down a little bit. No, I just want you guys to know it is 50 feet away from Airsid. So you're looking at it's out there. It's out there. It's definitely off the map.
Okay, but how far away exactly is it?
It's literally 50 feet away from you.
Oh, 50 feet.
Yes.
Oh,
It's
that's
definitely within shooting
well
range.
in my range, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Awesome. And it is a player turn.
Wait, so this, I'm not gonna go twice, but does that mean that someone could go twice?
No, the only time you could go twice if you decide to be last and first.
Okay.
Like I did.
Well, I already went, so I guess it's Kane or Narissa, right?
I can get up and throw something at it. I have a javelin. I just have to walk up.
How far is it from me?
It's way far away from you. It's like a good, I'd say,
That's like 100 feet if it's 50 feet away from.
Even if I used all my movement, I don't think I could get in range.
You could
we're going
probably
to go ahead and say like 70, 80 feet.
You could probably still get that guy right next to you.
That's true. I
It's
forgot
full
he
in
was
the
still there.
trees.
Right.
So I can throw a javelin up to 120 feet.
At disadvantage.
Yeah. So if I got closer,
What's your long range?
what do you mean?
What are the 2 numbers?
30, 120.
Okay, so 30 is a normal roll. Anything past 30 will be at disadvantage.
Okay. That's fine. I'll reckless and make it flat.
That's for melee.
Oh, okay. I'll just try anyway.
Damn it.
Unless, what do you have? Do you have something that can hit
No,
it from?
no, I don't.
It's flying.
I
It's
could,
getting the fuck out of here.
if I ran up to it, I think maybe my biggest range is 60. You said it's 70 feet?
Yeah,
80?
it's 70, 80 feet away. There's no way it's 60 feet. It's
Right.
too far.
Aren't you
Well-
still on your horse, though?
Yeah,
I
close to
am,
60
yeah.
feet of movement.
Oh, okay. Sure. I'll mosey my horse over towards him.
That's 30 feet.
Okay. And I'll.
Do you want to get closer, or is that close enough for you?
You can move.
He's
him.
within 60, isn't he? Is he not?
Yes.
Okay. Then I will cast Dissonant Whispers at 2nd level.
That's a whiz save.
Yeah.
How much damage?
Okay. It is 13.
13.
Mm-hmm.
Kane, how do you want to do this?
Yes!
Oh my god.
Fuck yeah! I'll just play the craziest fucking note that I can think of,
Okay.
and as the magic, like, shoots out, it'll go around and then, like, seep through his head, and then it'll just fucking...
Oh man. So as you begin to play, and at first it's just a beautiful song, a waltz of sorts that gets faster and faster, the notes becoming more erratic and more sporadic, and then they don't even become notes at all, as they are just a cacophony of noise that shoots off this line of blue wire towards this creature as it finds its way and funnels into its brain. Its eyes roll back, its mouth begins to foam up until its head just begins to drip gray matter and ooze. Its body loses all coordination and falls straight to the ground. Splat.
Pop its brain.
Sick.
And it is an enemy turn, and at this point this creature looks around and it flies towards the horse leftovers and
Those are mine.
it removes a decent chunk of intestines, and it bounces.
It dies.
Bounces right off of Air's head.
There's, unless one of you guys wants to shoot 100 feet at that bitch.
I can do that.
I do.
Go ahead.
All right. I'll hit it.
You can go.
I'm gonna move my hex to him.
Oh,
Wait, is that in range? One sec, let me check.
I would say it was in range.
You can.
Does it have to be in range of the creature or in range of you?
It has to be within my range because I basically used my bonus action to recast the same casting.
Use your bonus action to move it. What is the range of Hex?
If the target drops to 0 points before the spell ends, you can use a bonus action on a subsequent turn of yours to curse a new creature.
And what's the range of Hex?
90 feet. So I guess he's just out of range.
He did have to come down and get the horse leftovers, so
Okay.
I'm gonna say he's within range.
Okay, so I'll rehex him,
Okay, awesome. And you can see the black smoke coiling around him.
and I'll have him fail on. I'll give him disadvantage on strength. Doesn't really matter.
That checks.
And then I will fire an Eldritch Blast at him.
He drops his horse into distance because he's
He's
too
he's
weak.
weak now.
You can see him like the wind is at best is carrying this creature as it like
Right.
hobbles its way through the sky.
All right, and I'll have Connie give me the help action, and so
What is Conira's movement?
Connie's movement is 60 feet. Wait, is it? It was 60 or 90? 60 feet fly speed.
60 feet fly. I don't think it's
She
gonna
does
go
not
that
reach
far.
me. Okay.
Yeah, so no help.
Okay. But I will fire at him.
Get his ass.
That is a 22 to hit. For 4 plus for 7 damage.
For 7 damage. And you clip it. Its wings literally just gets removed from its body as the other half spirals down to the ground. You can hear it like a small as it hits the ground deep into the forest.
Yeah.
Nice.
As ordered, make more bodies.
As ordered. Just walk over to my splattered horse.
And as that body is claimed, you hear it, just a small voice. Keep this up. I think I may owe you something.
A shiver goes up his spine, but like a good shiver.
And you can feel Conira, like covered in the blood of the horse and like the manticore, and everything is just flapping wildly in the most elated mood you have ever seen her.
Awesome.
She likes carnage.
Great.
I'll just pat
What
the
do you know?
crushed skull. I'm sorry, horse. Thank you for taking revenge and killing it.
Well, that's so sad.
I will now. I'm going to take the meat off of it. I mean, there's no reason
Oh,
to not
jeez.
do that.
I mean, yeah,
No,
it's,
I
it's
suppose
like,
you're right.
that's like 1,000 pounds.
Yeah. Yeah. This horse cost a decent amount of money. We should get everything out of it.
Yeah.
Well-
I'm gonna go. Yeah, see like what can be, what. Well, here I'll turn to Airset and say, do you think the hides or antlers or anything of these creatures is worth anything? And
Yeah, Aaron, would my character have seen a manticore or know anything about them?
I think you would, at the very least, have seen them, and you know that a skilled hunter may be able to produce darts or something out of their tail spines, or maybe like they do have hide like most other creatures, and that can be tanned like any other creature. That's about the gist of your knowledge.
Okay. Yeah, well, I definitely know that people have made darts out of their little spines that they shoot out at us. I mean, they've got, tough skin as well, so could be good for something. But the Iskandian people, we like to make use of all parts of the animal. We could chop that thing up and put its bones into some soup. Might make it taste really nice.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, let's you and I go collect some. I trust your hand with the blades to do that better than mine.
And then you just hear
Alright.
two very nervous and shaky voices behind you just, "You're going to eat that thing." As the bloody, white-robed individual, an older man with graying hair, frayed, clutching himself together, is just enamored, and the Nori is behind him.
Of course, it tried to eat us. It's only fair.
That's the nature of the food cycle. That's the way life goes. So we've got to do we killed it, so we've got to do our duty and eat it.
Right.
They both all look at you, and Nonori is just, "I'm so terribly sorry, sir. While they deal with creatures, I will tend to your wounds." And they kind of go over to the wagon and sort of take care of each other. Whoever is trying to like skin these beasts, I need you to go ahead and make survival checks to see what you can salvage.
I'm just trying to get the meat off of the horse.
You're just trying to get okay, go ahead.
And I'm gonna help Airset.
Do you have survival?
Do I? No, probably not.
I do. Should Airset and I just cut these things apart?
Yeah.
Because I can
Yeah.
help him. I can help him.
You guys can both roll with advantage.
I'll cast guidance on them.
Okay, and you guys both get a D4. We'll start with the horse and Narissa.
Those 2 13s, so. So 18.
18. You're just trying to get the meat. You just get between like the skin. You peel that off. It's very loose, pre-tenderized horse, so you can go ahead and take care of. I would say you get about, at least 10 pounds of like edible horse meat.
Covered in horse blood, standing there with the meat in my arms.
We'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah, I
and-
was going to say, might have to smoke that or something.
Yeah, cook it ASAP.
Yeah, cook it real fast.
Okay, and what is the move for this manticore? go ahead and roll survival. Are you trying to get the meat? Are you trying to get the hide? Are you trying to harvest spines? What are you trying to do?
I mean, I'm trying to. Well, yeah, go ahead.
I was thinking hides and spine more than anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
think-
Hides and spine, and then if I can get some meat and bone for some soup later.
We
That'd
make
be nice.
horse manticore soup.
What's the most like discerning piece of the manticore? Its
Probably
spiny
its
tail?
head.
Its head?
Its head next to its tail would be second place if we're playing like Family Feud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I want a trophy that we can sell. You know, I want people to know that it's actually manticore that they're buying if we sell any of this.
Okay. Awesome. As part of that check, I will have Airson. You're comfortable cutting off the head, I'm sure.
Oh, definitely.
Okay. Awesome. Go ahead and roll survival. Advantage D4.
Okay. That is going to be 26.
Nice.
26.
Nice.
I would say. Do you know which bones you want?
The femurs.
That's what I thought. I'd say you can successfully get all 4 femurs, or the 4-leg equivalent of a femur as well. You will also get a solid manticore hide. You have the head intact. When I say intact, that does include the majority of the teeth and its mane. And then I would say you can harvest about I'd say 12 tail spikes.
Nice.
12 tails. I'm writing this down. 12 tail
Yeah.
spikes. The head with the mane and teeth. 4 femurs. And how much meat did you say?
I guess
Or
we
did
could
you
go
say?
with. Okay, first off, you, Ersid, would know that you don't want to eat carnivore meat. But if you do want some, I'd say you can walk away with about, I'd say 10 pounds as well. I don't think that's too hard to get off of a beast that probably weighs near a ton.
Yeah, probably
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
It's a little tough.
All right.
The horse is tenderized already, so.
As you observe the manticore head, it is eyeless with blood dripping down its eye sockets, and half of its face is sort of caved in from the fall, and a lot of the teeth that extend past its mouth are broken, but there are some that are mainly intact, and you feel the stares of all the corpses hung around you in this piece of the forest, whether they are spitted on the trees or spitted on actual pikes, but they're everywhere in this area, sort of focusing in on this sort of grotto that you're in.
They all dress the same, or are they all different people?
All very different people.
Okay.
Real quick before we move on, can we also harvest some of the, I forget what they're called, the antlered
Oh, the Periton.
Heritons, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Do you want to make that roll over in?
You know what? He'll try on one of them.
Okay.
So it's just
Do you
survival.
guys really want to go out and get that other one? It's pretty far away.
I don't.
How about just the one that's right here?
Yeah, let's see. So survival, I have at least a +1 on that.
Okay.
And
Cast the thing on you for a D4
oh, thank you.
guidance.
D4. That is a 10.
That's a 10. What are you trying to get?
He wants the antlers.
You want the antlers?
Yeah. I come over and I see that maybe he's kind of struggling, and I say, Uren, do you mind? Maybe I could help you.
Certainly, yes.
Take that advantage.
Excellent.
It's quite a beneficial skill to have, especially while we're out here.
Excellent. That's much better. That's going to be an 18.
Clean antlers.
Awesome.
Sodom.
There you go, Uren. I mean, that looks great. That's pristine.
They're sort of like an ivory black color. They sort of shine reddish, like a ruddy brown in the light of the Dreamer's Flame as it sifts through the trees. It's very shiny, and you feel like if you lacquered this could definitely be a beautiful piece for whatever you attach it to. But the horns themselves are clean because this was a clean kill.
Excellent. And so also, like, Uren looks down and notices that he kind of looks down. He like has his open shirt deep V thing, and he notices that he didn't take a whole lot of damage from the Manticore's claw attack because of his scales. And then he looks over at Erced, who's probably a little worse for wear. How is that armor treating you? That leather you're wearing?
It's got a lot of room, but it's kind of light, I feel, to be honest, I'm not much better than if I was not wearing it.
Huh. Well, here, and Uren, like, sets the antlers down, steps back, and he strips off the studded leather that he's wearing. And it's a bit big for him. He's a small dude.
He just takes all his clothes off.
Yeah. Uren has a habit of just stripping naked in public. But he's like, here, perhaps this will serve you better. And he gives you the studded leather.
How big are you, Uren? How tall are you?
He's like low 5 foot.
Yeah, they use a 5'3".
5'3", 5'4".
Yeah, something like that.
Damn.
Erced?
How tall was Erced?
I can't remember. Let me see.
8 feet tall.
I'm guessing he's like 6 foot something.
Yeah, I think I'm like 5'10" or 5'11" or 6. I didn't write it down, but I did at one point.
You want to decide right now?
Well, what's gonna help me fit into this armor?
I did say it was big on Uren, if that helps at all.
Oh, that's true.
It might just be tight on you.
Okay. I think
How tall
I'm
are
6
you?
foot.
you're 6 foot.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it fits. It might be a little tight, but you can always get it refurbished. But I will say it fits for now.
That ought to get
Well,
you.
that's really kind of you, Uren. Thank you. Do you have armor or do you?
In a way, and Uren just kind of holds up his arm, which is now speckled with little copper scales, almost as if he had a bunch of copper pieces stuck next to him. It's like, I received it. We'll say it's a family heirloom, and he grabs the knife we'd been cutting the payton with, and he just like pulls it across it. Doesn't do any damage to him.
Sick.
Wow, where can I get one of those?
Well, it's quite simple. One of your ancestors would have to have fucked a dragon.
Whoa.
Oh, all right. Well, to each their own.
Kane
But
just
I
like,
appreciate the gift, Uren.
Now don't. No, wait. You say that as though it's such a bad thing, and
It doesn't sound pleasant, but
well, dragons, that very peculiar thing
I
they're
mean-
capable of. They can take whatever form they please.
oh, because I was going to say the dragon that we saw.
Oh, really?
Yes, Eigenir not great on the sex appeal.
I just don't understand the logistics of that.
Yes, it's quite likely that one of my ancestors met a dragon in the shape of a dragonborn.
Oh,
I see. So it's an inheritance.
It is.
Well, great.
But yes, hopefully, and he gestures towards the studded leather. Hopefully that serves you a bit better. Seems a little superfluous on me.
Kane's just looking at the scales on his arms and his nails, and he's like, doesn't fucking serve me now, well.
You really believe that?
Well, I mean, you serve me in other ways.
It's a gift from myself. It makes you superior.
I am superior.
Indeed, you are.
you might not have heard it, but Uren stresses to you. But it looks really cool, just as you were communing with the orb creature.
It does look cool.
Yes, we all match, except for Airsid.
Yeah, get some fucking scales. What are you doing? Walking
Listen,
around.
I'm not close to the idea. If you find me a nice dragonborn lady, then
I'm always on the lookout.
we'll find a pair of them.
We can all date dragonborn ladies.
That sounds like a fine time.
I
All
think,
right, well, shall we carry on?
think we're ready to mosey.
We should probably go at least talk to that man.
Yeah,
and
I was
see.
just gonna say, mate in the white.
Probably. You guys go back to the wagon, and Nodity has this man all wrapped up, and he's kind of in like a sling, and they've just been kind of waiting for you. So, how it looks like scavenging went well.
We
Yeah,
have so much horse meat. I am going to have to cook it soon.
it's a good thing we have this cart.
It reminded me of the times of hunting with my uncle. That was a good time. I hope everyone got through it all right.
I only survived because of you. I really appreciate your help.
What were you doing out here?
Paying my respects.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
What?
And he gestures his hand around to all the corpses surrounding you. This is really what's left of my village.
Villages don't do so well out here.
Right.
Maybe you should go to Burnwell.
Who did this?
Well, that depends on the day. Some say it may have been Raskavan. Others say Erid. I say it is those who do not believe. Simple as that.
Believe,
In the message of Tuhanu.
of course.
Ah, great, yeah.
It-
We've come full circle.
It wasn't the man who could control the demons, was it? You didn't see anyone like that?
And he spits. That man. Pariah.
That's
We-
his name.
No,
What he is?
his name is Dayadi.
Dayadi.
He somehow believes that he can be safe in the Badlands. His dark magics and wicked ways allowed him to control those bloaters, those dretches that come up from the darkness, those fiends. He's a fiend himself. We, all family here, may as well have been killed by him. We do not know.
Well, where are you going now?
Back to our nearest commune. There are many other faithful nearby. We exist in the Red Gulch. I would appreciate if you could get me back safely. It is not too far.
Is
Okay.
it out of the way?
No, not very. Well, what is out of the way concerning your travels?
Well, we're going... Are we going north?
Northeast.
Yeah, we're going this way. Northeast.
It is along the way. We stay near the redolent wood, but the wood elves there, not as friendly as they normally come off to be. Something may be wrong with the nearby forest, and that is to be expected in a hellhole like this. However,
The wood elves, you say?
yes, of the redolent wood, they call that home.
What do you know about that?
Didn't realize that we were that close. That's interesting.
They. Where are you headed exactly?
Well, that's business of our own.
And if we are headed to the same place?
I don't think we are. You just told me where you were going.
That is where we are for now. Because the wood elves will not let us traverse further into the claw.
Well,
I look at Nonnery.
I
And I
might...
just like raise an eyebrow.
So, are you going to Ilhayed as well? Yes, indeed. Well, we try. It is our duty. As I pay my respects here, we have a pilgrimage we must complete if Tuhanul is going to return and return the world to the way it should be.
It all comes back to Tuhanul.
Well,
Fanatics.
the,
Of course it comes back to
what else?
Tuhanul. She is the mother
Okay.
What?
of the world. Elbrin is her
Right.
egg, and we are her children.
What the fuck, mate?
right. No. Don't worry, pal. No, I've heard all the two and all stuff. You don't need to try and convert anyone here.
Yeah,
But,
we met the speaker, so we know.
Uran
Excuse
kind of
me.
comes in close to
Oh
him.
my
It's just like,
fuck.
it's like they're a little slow to receive the message first.
So, you believe as well?
I think I do. I've only interacted with the followers a couple of times, but so far I've liked what I've heard.
Well, took it into your friends that what we speak is true. Please, stay with us in the Red Gulch, and maybe we can all together make it to Ilhayed.
Yeah.
Strength in numbers, if nothing else.
It's fine. It's not like I don't dislike
So,
these people.
are you telling me to get to El Hayud, we have to go through the Wood Elves?
They are the guardians of the Redolent Wood. They determine how the land is used. They are some of the oldest of Elbrin. They understand that this land is sacred, and they would hate to see that pilfered, desecrated. For that I can understand. However, I am not exactly happy with the fact that we cannot complete our goal.
Right. Said.
Well, I'm not saying that I have a foolproof plan, but I might be able to talk to some of the Wood Elves.
Is that so?
Do you know any of them? Maybe?
No. I don't know any by name other than my father, but I didn't know him. But I heard stories about him.
Maybe it will be enough.
It's just a small connection. I don't
Sure.
put too much stock into it, but that's something.
We could try. Doesn't hurt. If they're not going to let us pass.
Do you suspect you will find him in the wood?
Oh, I have no idea.
Do you know
I
what he
have no
looks like?
idea. I mean, what's that?
Do you know what he looks like?
Only based on stories. I've never seen him.
Would you like to?
Relatable.
I don't know either parent, so I understand.
You know,
Seems a common theme amongst us.
yeah. That might be something that I want to do.
Well, I
But
think that settles it then. We will face with the followers, and we will make our way to the Redolent Valley.
Great, because I have so much horse meat. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, we can feed them
Yeah.
for a price.
To Hanul's grace, comes from you. So let us go. Let us make merry.
Yeah.
And you all pack up, get everything situated, situate your horses however you need to. Now that we,
I just get in the
one
cart and
down.
I'm like, I really am kind of sad about it. I'm not going to lie. I'll
Kane
sit in the
just-
cart with Nari.
Pats your back.
So you, Nanari, and this messenger find their in the back of the wagon as Ersid leads the way through the forest. And thank you guys so much for tuning in today. We're going to pick up next week at the Red Gulch and see what's going on with these wood elves. It's been a pleasure, you guys. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Bye-bye.
Bye.